Piscotti. Fly ball, right center, to the wall. It's gone! It's gone! He tied it! Can you believe this? 5-5. Diaz wins it. Base hit in the left. Down 5-1 in the eighth. The Cardinals walk it off. They sweep the Padres. 6-5 the final. This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball. And baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Will the excitement, will the winning continue tonight? Over 40,000 expected here at Busch Stadium. Game one of a weekend series. The Los Angeles Dodgers and the St. Louis Cardinals. And with Rick Horton, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Jim Hayes is here as well. Cardinals are playing very good baseball, and maybe the start of something in the right direction for St. Louis.
Well, let's hope so. They played very well against the Padres. I love it when the Dodgers are in town. These are two teams with great traditions. The Cardinals have been finding ways to win, scoring late, and there are now only 6.5 games behind the Chicago Cubs.
Well, two of the top young shortstops on display in this series this weekend. Corey Seager of the LA Dodgers could be the Rookie of the Year, and so could that man. What a year he's had. Aledmys Diaz, the hero last night. Baseball coming up.
They also have great power.
That's a look at your Academy Sports and Outdoor leaderboard. Michael Wacha gets the call tonight. It's the Dodgers and the Cardinals. Game 1 of 3 coming up on Fox Sports Midwest. Light Live by Chevrolet. Visit your local Mid-America Chevy dealer for great prices on the all-new 2016 Malibu. And by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. It's another warm night, sticky here in St. Louis. We kick off a weekend series against the LA Dodgers. Rick Horton is here. Jim Hayes. I'm Dan McLaughlin. 85 degrees, partly cloudy here at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Longtime veteran, former Philly Chase Utley playing for his hometown team now, the LA Dodgers, and a good season. He'll lead it off, followed by Corey Seager. Then Justin Turner, one of the hottest hitters in baseball. Adrian Gonzalez, Howie Kendrick, Yasmani Grandal, Jock Peterson, Scott Van Slyke, that's Andy's son, and Brandon McCarthy, the pitcher, batting ninth. And on the mound for the Cardinals, Michael Wacha.
Start number 20 for Michael Wacha's last time out. He had a lot of pitches through 4 innings and really couldn't get deep into the game. In fact, his last 3 starts, the ERA has been high. The strikeout total's been high. He has to find a way to be a little more economical here in the heat.
And a pitch taken high by Chase Utley. He's hitting .266. 6 home runs, and he has driven in 30. Cardinals have won 7 of their last 9, including 4 in a row. And the starters really tell the story those 9 games. The starters 6-0 with a 2.41 ERA. As you mentioned, though, Wacha in that hot afternoon Sunday was not effective. 2-0 is hit fair down the first base line and off the sidewall. Piscotty over to gather it in, and it's a leadoff double by Chase Utley.
This is just perfectly placed by Chase Utley, who's really carrying this team offensively in the early going. The dive by Adams comes up short.
Around the horn presented by Dobbs, Holiday, Pham, and Piscotty in the outfield. Jerko, Diaz, Wong, Adams on the infield. Molina is behind the plate. Here's Corey Seager. He's missed the last 3 games dealing with a stomach virus. He's hitting .301. 17 home runs for the rookie shortstop, and he's driven in 43.
We saw plenty of him in LA. The Cardinals took just 1 out of the 3 games in Los Angeles at Dodger Stadium, and Seager, we could tell why everybody's so excited about him. He can hit.
And it's a base hit into center field. Here comes Utley. The throw by Tommy Pham is not cut off, but Yadi out to corral it in, and it's 1-0 Dodgers. Back-to-back hits, 1-0 LA. This start reminds me of Carlos Martinez the other day, game 1 of the doubleheader. Wound up giving up 4 hits in 7 innings. The first 2 reached, gave up 3 hits in the first, and then settled in. We'll see if that happens tonight.
Hard hit up the middle, no chance for Diaz. Notice something with the Cardinals this year, and I'm going to have to inquire a little bit more specifically about it. There have been a lot of throws that have come in from outfielders without cutoff men in places, in position, and it seems like it happens pretty regularly, at least once a week. And there's a case there that Pham came up throwing, wasn't sure where to throw the ball.
So then you have where you look up as an outfielder and the hesitation of where's the cut.
So you always tell an outfielder don't hesitate, but he has to have a target too, doesn't he?
Absolutely. Corey Seager at first base with 1 stolen base this year. Here's Justin Turner. This is how good Justin Turner has been since June 13th. Leads the majors in home runs with 12. Leads the majors in RBIs with 34.
It's a career high of home runs that he has with 17, and we were only at July 22nd. Red hot, 2 home runs off of Strasburg yesterday, and I don't know if you saw, Dan, the second one he hit, high gas, about letter high, and he was able to get on top of it and drive it out to center field. That's quick hands for you.
Since the break, he is 10 for 25, 4 home runs, 11 RBIs. So this is right now one of the hottest hitters in all of Major League Baseball. Mike Estabrook is your home plate umpire. Ramon De Jesus at first, Greg Gibson at second, and Dana DeMuth. There he is, the crew chief, down at third. That pitch taken low, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
A lot of balls in the dirt in Wacha's last start. The changeup especially. It's such an important pitch from Dan. We've noticed that since we first saw Michael Wacha pitch in spring training. Dominated guys. I mean, guys did not want to take a spring training at bat against him. The changeup, the downward tilt, all of that just made him unhittable.
The 2-2.
Again, it's the release point. Such a feel pitch.
As the starters have picked up the pace, Wacha needs to stay pace with the other 4. Adam Wainwright yesterday struck out 8, was off the hook after the Cardinals came back late in that game. Runner goes, and the pitch is hit in the air. Out to center. There's Tommy Pham, and there's out number 1.
Wacha trying to find the right release point. We'll take a look at his Hyundai pitch arsenal. The fastball 53% of the time. The changeup we talked about, he uses it a lot, and a combination of cutter and curveball are his breaking pitches, and he'll kind of use whichever one happens to be working on a given day. But when he's right and when he dominates, the changeup is right.
Adrian Gonzalez just 7 home runs, hitting .285. Former number 1 overall pick. He's been around a long time. Padres, Texas, the Marlins, Boston, and now he's found a home with the Dodgers. A pickoff down to first, and in safely is Seager. Boy, Molina and Pujols for so many years were terrific at this play.
Seager wasn't a big leaguer at the time, but they certainly had newspapers in North Carolina, and he read about Yadi. He knows all about that. His coaches have been warning him, I'm sure. And Seager, he's not running a lot, but I think he's fast. I think he's a good first to third guy. The Dodgers' main stolen base threat. is Howie Kendrick, playing left field here.
And he has 7 to lead their team. Here's a 1-2 pitch. Walker to Gonzalez. But with the changeup, evens it up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. What a win for the Cardinals last night. You would hope that they would build on that, having won 4 straight. And one of the dramatic victories for the Cardinals this year. First time that St. Louis won a game in which they trailed by at least 4 in the 8th since 2012. They trailed last night 5-1, tied it up, and won it 6-5 on the Diaz walk-off hit. We see where Gonzalez is in the batter's box. He's well off the plate. What does that tell you as a pitcher?
Well, if he's well off the plate, to me it tells me he doesn't particularly like the ball inside. He's going to prefer the ball outside. Even though you're way off the plate, you think, well, I can get him out away. Look how far he is away from the plate, but he's going to dive in to protect that outer half. He just doesn't want to get jammed. He actually hits the ball very well the other way, and we won't get to see it in this at bat as he gets the free pass.
So the first walk issued by Michael. The Dodgers coming into play in their last 9 games, they have scored 51 runs, winning 6 of those 9. Here's Howie Kendrick. With the emergence of Utley this year, Kendrick and all the injuries, he's moved to the outfield. First pitch taken for a ball.
He's had a good July, Dan. 400 in the month of July. Utley carried the team early on. Seager has been hot throughout, but it's been Turner and Kendrick lately.
And Howie is riding a 13-game hitting streak. There's another ball, 2-0. And Molina calls time. Again, another, as you pointed out early, this start here in the first inning, a lot of pitches and another one that's in the dirt and low. Only 9, or rather 8 strikes in his 19 total pitches. Inning started with a double inside the first base line by Utley. Then Seager drove him in with a base hit to center. Turner fly to center. Walked to Gonzalez after he was behind in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here's a 2-0 pitch. Kendrick with a fly ball. Out to right, sending Piscotty back near the wall. Just enough room, makes the catch. Runner from second, that Seager tags up. He's over at third. And Grandal will be the hitter with runners at the corners and 2 down.
Well, Kendrick must have gotten that ball right on the screws, because that went a long way. I didn't think that was going to carry as far as it did. Piscotty running out of room right against that right field wall. Very fortunate for St. Louis.
Well, we mentioned the stomach virus that Seager has been dealing with. Grandal did not play yesterday, dealing with the stomach issues too. Hitting just .206. He's a switch hitting catcher. 13 home runs, and he's driven in 38.
You're kind of making me a little concerned that I shook hands with Seager before the game. You keep talking about his stomach virus.
Michael, watch out. Tough play here. Wong makes the play. Walker avoids the bat, and Wong comes up with a beauty to save a run and takes a hit away. The Dodgers pick up a run. Half inning in the books. It's 1-0. years. He'll get the call tonight. And Tommy Pham is back in the leadoff spot for the St. Louis Cardinals. So McCarthy finishing up those warm-up tosses. And there's a look at Pham, who's hit a .261. Then Aledmys Diaz riding a 24-game on-base streak. Stephen Piscotty, Matt Holliday, then Matt Adams, Yadier Molina, Jed Jerko, Colton Wong, and Michael Wacha.
Brandon McCarthy, you mentioned his arm issues. The latest issue has been Tommy John, and he is making his 4th start since coming off the disabled list, and he's been really good in those first 3. 2-0 record, and the walk strikeout ratio has been outstanding for McCarthy. He has won his first 5 decisions as a Dodger, and they got him from the American League. He's been a veteran. He's been around for a while. Also played with Arizona, 33 years of age. Dave Roberts in his first year as a manager, making his 2nd year as a pretty decent record. I think he's the right man for that job. Always been a good baseball man.
Took over for Don Mattingly. Mattingly in Miami came in a 4-game series, swept the Dodgers earlier this year. In St. Louis, New York, LA, Miami, all in the wild card hunt. So these are very important games. Mike Matheny said after the double by Tommy Pham late, as he started that rally for the Cardinals to win, we're going to have a talk with him about sliding into second base. Went in standing up in a play that was very, very close.
That was odd, wasn't it?
It was.
Especially considering the moment.
0-2 pitch, lined out to center, and there's Jock Peterson for the out. Around the horn is presented by Dobbs. Kendrick in left, Peterson in center, Scott Van Slyke is in right. Turner, Seager, Utley, Gonzalez along the infield, and Yasmani Grandal is behind the plate. And here's the hero from last night, one of them at least, Aledmys Diaz. Said he drawed upon his all-star game at bat with the bases loaded for the at bat last night as he came through.
Such a fun confrontation between he and Carlos Villanueva. He got ahead in the count, then Villanueva just painted him with a slider, and Diaz was patient enough to keep working the count and finally got a pitch he could handle.
Breaking ball and a strike. Something I'll be watching out for tonight, the velocity for McCarthy. His first game, it was over 93, the average fastball velocity. Second start under 93, last start under 92. And I guess you would expect that with the injuries and what he's been dealing with and trying to come back and pitch at his normal health and normal level of that velocity. 1 out, nobody on, and a 2-1 pitch. Hammered foul. So Diaz worked the count, got a pitch to drive, and he did do that into left, and that's a game winner to score Tommy Pham.
We've seen that quick bat before, haven't we? Love that celebration, and really just a terrific finish for the Cardinals to the series and to that particular game.
Glove by Gonzalez, race to the bag, and McCarthy is there for the out. And now the most entertaining phone call in sports.
Close play at the bag. McCarthy does beat Diaz, and that is a slick fielding first baseman in Adrian Gonzalez who made that play happen. Yeah, that wonderful picture of David Bell with thumbs up and thumbs down, like he's, you know, like he's Caesar or something.
Hail Bell
at the Coliseum.
2 outs and nobody on, and here's Piscotty. It's now a year and 1 day since he made his major league debut, and what a year it has been for Steven. Came off the bench last night, delivered a 3-run homer. 1 ball, 1 strike. Fraction of an inch, and who knows if Matt Holliday is spending the night in the hospital and the severity of an injury, and he's hit in the face, and here he is back in the lineup tonight.
Part of me surprised by that, but a large part of me not, knowing Matt Holliday, knowing how tough he is. But clearly a scary experience for him. You could tell Cashner was upset by it.
Here's a 1-2. And then Cashner was upset he was taken out of the game. And then some.
Probably upset that it was 105-degree temperature too, or at least felt like it.
2-2 is a fly ball lifted down the right field line. Long way to go for Van Slyke, but there's Gonzalez, the first baseman, in foul territory. Cardinals go in order. We have played one from beautiful Busch Stadium here in St. Louis. Dodgers on top. It's 1-0.
And you guys talked about it. Scary moment last night for Matt Holliday as he took a 95-mile-an-hour fastball to the nose. Fortunately, there was no serious damage done. That wasn't the case for Mike Matheny back in 1998 when he was with the Brewers. He took a pitch to the mouth. Mike was also back in the starting lineup the next day, but he told me every few months my dentist and I are reminded of that particular night. Mike said he asked to be in the lineup the next night just to make sure he was okay getting back into the batter's box. He told me he put a lineup together after the game last night with Holliday not in it. He said Matt reached out to him and asked to play tonight. Dan, Mike told me he always knew Holliday was tough. That just reinforced it.
And in Matheny's case, he was in the lineup, as you said, Jimmy. The next day went 0 for 4, but did throw a man out at second base. Mike has told me the story that he was worried he was going to be sent down after he was hit in the mouth. And one of his best friends in baseball is Jeff Cirillo, and those two kind of came up through the system together with the Milwaukee Brewers and confided in him, and he said, look, you're going to be fine. Make sure you're healthy. That pitch is popped up by Peterson and put away by Wong.
Take a look at our Toyota key to the game. The Cardinals hoping to find a way to compete with the contenders. They certainly have been taking care of business when it comes to playing teams below 500, and the Cardinals will be playing forward from here, and it starts with the Dodgers, teams that are going to be in the wild card race in the National League all season long.
Scott Van Slyke to Jed Jerko for the out.
The Cardinals will play Miami as well as the Dodgers. They're also going to play the Mets, and you look at the wild card, all three of those teams right there in the top four. So you've got to take care of business, and really you're not just proving to the other teams that you're a contender, and I don't think people really have any thought that the Cardinals are not. But sometimes you have to prove it to yourself. You have to prove it that, you know what, we can play a good, clean, solid Cardinal baseball game against the league's best.
They have to do it, though, and sustain it.
No question.
You know, the Miami series was a great example of that. Games 1 and 3, ugly. Game 2, great starting pitching from Wainwright. Timely hitting, they win. There's a strikeout. The first from Michael Wacha. We'll see if he settles in this game.
Couple of weeks for the Cardinals include the Dodgers over the weekend, then a road trip, a 3-city road trip, 3 games in New York, then the Miami Marlins the 28th through the 31st for an off day, and then the Cincinnati Reds and the Atlanta Braves complete that week. But we talked about the wild card teams. There's the Mets, the Marlins, the Dodgers right in the middle of the next 10 days for the Cardinals.
So last night, Matt Holliday at the plate. Fastball up and in, and it catches Holliday on the nose. And as Jim said, amazingly, he's all right. And back in the starting lineup here for game 1 of this series. It's always scary when you see something like that. And as you mentioned, obviously scary for Holliday, very scary too for the pitcher. He doesn't go out there with the intent of trying to hit him, much less hit him in the face.
Well, you just makes your heart stop for a moment when you're on the mound. You're 60 feet away and you just feel terrible. You really do. Now, speaking of feeling terrible, Brandon McCarthy had a moment where he felt terrible on the other end of it. A line drive right off of his head, and extremely scary situation for him. And you don't want it either way, whether it's off the bat or a thrown ball, but often off the bat is harder than the pitch coming in.
Strike 2, Holliday. Picked up his 17th home run, game 1 of the doubleheader against San Diego. Part of that sweep. He's driven in 55 and batting .244 on the year. Muscles it out to right. There's Scott Van Slyke. I know you had the chance to visit with Scott, a young man that grew up around the ballpark and grew up with you and his father, Andy.
Oh, he's almost like a nephew to me, and really very close to the Van Slyke family. They're here at the ballpark. AJ, his brother, was a minor league player with the Cardinals, and Scott, the last time we saw him in LA, was taking batting practice for the first time. He was dealing with a back issue, and he hadn't been playing much, and he's back healthy again. He looks good, and certainly glad to be playing here in St. Louis. His wife and kids are here, and a lot of his friends, I'm sure.
Here is Matt Adams. Speaking of back issues, that's what Clayton Kershaw is dealing with. There's a lot of concern in Dodger camp among those that see him every day what may happen with Clayton Kershaw in terms of the immediate future. He's going to be shut down for a little bit, not pitching this series. Popped up, Grandal, playable, 2 down. BJC Healthcare difference maker is Clayton Kershaw. Look to be on the road to another Cy Young Award, maybe even an MVP, and the numbers are glaring when it's the others in this rotation that make a start. The Dodgers 40-41 when he's not on the mound, 14-2 when he's got the ball.
And those are the overall numbers, but lately the Dodgers have started to figure it out. They've played much better the past couple of weeks without Kershaw, and sometimes you just have to realize, we're going to have to find other ways to get it done.
Pitching coach Rick Honeycutt pitched briefly here in St. Louis.
Yes, he did.
You take Kershaw out of that rotation, and it's, you say certain guys, that's a loss. That one is one that stings in a big, big way. Little flare out to shallow center, and there's Chase Utley. 5-pitch, second inning for Brandon McCarthy. 1-0 Dodgers. On the run when the Cardinals score 6, any size drink just 50 cents the next day. That's Coffee Fountain frozen drinks. When they score, you pour. At the nearest on the run, you earned it.
Nice crowd at the ballpark here, and we already mentioned Andy Van Slyke is in attendance watching his son Scott. He is one of 3 guys that I used to hang out with on the road from time to time, and I'm just going to wonder if you might know who those other 2 might be, and I'm going to try to keep you away from them.
Are they at the ballpark?
Yes, 2 others at the ballpark tonight.
John Costello.
He is not here.
Scott Terry is here.
There's one of them.
I emceed a season ticket holder function, and Scott Terry was there signing autographs.
He's at the ballpark quite a bit.
How about Tom Lawless?
Tom Lawless is not here.
Popped up off the bat of Chase Utley. Playable for Molina. 1 away. Todd Worrell.
Todd Worrell's not here either, but I'll give you a hint. His first name is Orel.
Well, I thought you meant former Cardinals.
I did not say that.
Orel Hershiser, the Bulldog, huh? Your former teammate, as you were a part of the 1988 World Champion Los Angeles Dodgers. Nomar Garciaparra there on the right, Orel Hershiser on the left, Joe Davis, broadcaster that does the play-by-play, the far right, initially pictured.
Orel's perfect for broadcasting. He was very analytical as a player before the game was really an analytical game. He was always thinking very deeply about the game and the craft, and we used to call him a bulldog, the way he would approach the art of pitching and was a part of the team when he had that phenomenal streak of 56+ innings without giving up a run, which was incredible.
Into shallow right on an 0-2 pitch, and Seager goes down to get it, picks up the base hit. I was going to say Fernando Valenzuela. He's here at the ballpark too, I believe.
Well, now there's 4.
There you go.
I never really hung out with Freddie on the road because he was in the high rent district.
You didn't get the suites on the road?
No, I didn't.
So Seager is 2 for 2. And it brings in Justin Turner. Going back to your point back in the first inning when we were talking about sustained winning for the Cardinals and clean games, it's also about beating above 500 teams. You know, the Cardinals really have not done that this year. Sub 500, very good. Over 500 teams, that's where the struggle lies. Runner at first is Corey Seager. And the 0-1. Ripped into left field off the bat of Turner. Seager first to third. Throw will go into second base as Turner stops. And it's first and third with 1 out. And Adrian Gonzalez coming up. Mentioned Seager running first to third. No hesitation there. Take the Cardinals wherever you go. It's Fox Sports Go. You can stream all the games this weekend live on your phone. Download the free Fox Sports Go app. Stream the Cardinals wherever you may be. So back-to-back singles. That's Rick's dinner order being handed out.
Not quite.
Gonzalez hits it out of play. Adrian walked his first time up. Michael is allowed 1 walk tonight thus far.
You mentioned Gonzalez being off the plate, Dan, and it's a good example of a guy that just wants the ball out over the plate, wants to drive the ball the other way. His power, frankly, is better to left when I've seen than it is to right. So they're going to try to pound him in. Molina set up in the little cutter off the plate. That's what they're going to try to do. Tie him up, jam him, keep him from driving the ball to the outfield. Situational hitting moment is get that guy in from third by hitting a ball deep to an outfielder.
No balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. And he struck him out. Thrown out to first and back in safely is Turner. Big strikeout there of Adrian Gonzalez, number 2 tonight for Michael Wacha.
Well, that's a lot of Yadier Molina and Michael Wacha. Molina knows what he wants. He sets up inside, makes sure Wacha gets it in. Gonzalez swings over the top of it, and Yadi tries to get 2 outs with 1 pitch.
So 2 outs and 2 on. Here's Howie Kendrick. Fly to right. 0 for 1 tonight. Longtime Angels second baseman. Good play by Molina. Somehow kept that in front. Didn't allow it to get to his chest, but soft hands make the play.
And another 58-footer from Wacha that Yadi somehow got the glove on. That could have been disastrous.
Runners at first and third. The 1-0 pitch to Kendrick. Good changeup from Michael Wacha.
Well, you can't quit on it. You have to keep throwing it. You throw the ball in the dirt. You just have to make a minor adjustment. Believe in it. And get that feel.
Wacha prior to this season, 14-4 ERA under 3 here at Busch Stadium. And so far in 2016, 10 starts, 2-4 the record, ERA near 5. But it's been an up and down season for Michael. He had that really rough 6-start stretch where the ERA was close to 9. Then he got back on track, and now they're trying to get him back on that same line again. The 2-1 pitch. Change up again in the dirt, blocked by Molina.
I think it's fair to say that there was a point in this season where Michael Wacha was a start away from them having to make some kind of an adjustment with him, maybe putting him in the bullpen.
See, I don't think you can do that because of the shoulder issues that he's had. They've talked about that previously when he was thought of even way back when in 2014. Would you move him to the bullpen if you needed to? And it's because of the routine that he has in trying to make sure that that shoulder is strong and getting loose. So it's something to keep in the back of your mind if you do think about that.
Well, it would have been certainly a problem with that option, but you were running out of options with it because it was getting worse and worse before it was getting better. But he did have those good starts. You mentioned turned it around. Certainly capable of doing that.
So 2 outs, 2 on. 3-2 pitch. Got him with the changeup. Back-to-back strikeouts of Gonzalez and Kendrick. 3 tonight for Michael Wacha. He strands 2. The Dodgers have left 4 on. Went with the changeup on 3-2. Hits his spot. Strikeout of Kendrick. Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price every day. And by your local Volkswagen dealer. Michael McKenry was given the designated for assignment papers. It's been a week. He was granted free agency, and sources indicate that he will sign a minor league deal with the Atlanta Braves. How will you, Rick Horton, remember the Michael McKenry era?
I'll remember him as a Pirate, hitting a home run or 2 against the Cardinals. That's where I remember him most. That's where I saw more at-bats. He actually spoke here at Christian Family Day a number of years ago as well with Clint Hurdle, and got to know a couple of the Cardinal players through that. Became teammates for, well, about 10 minutes.
Here's Jed Jerko. What a series he's coming off of against San Diego. 8 for 14, 4 home runs, 7 driven in. However, 0 for 14 against McCarthy in his career. The high chopper foul. Really a numbers game too, because Eric Fryer was caught up in that. He'd still be here if not for Pena coming back, and he came back too early. And then McKenry, who was terrific in the minor leagues. Well, it's a numbers game.
I like everything I've seen from Rosario so far. So as long as there's somebody that's there to adequately, to a little bit more than that, fill in for Yachty the very few days that he takes off. And I think Rosario's done a fine job.
0-2 the count here on Jerko.
Especially like the way he handles pitchers. You know, the swings a little long. I don't know if he's going to hit for a high average at this level, but if he catches and does well, controls the running game, and the pitchers like him, that's 90% of it.
That man there doesn't take many days off. Here's a 1-2. Just missed.
McCarthy, by the way, in this game, and something that's been an adjustment for him in his career, he has been pounding the zone inside. This ball off the plate away to Jerko, but you notice all the at-bats so far, the Cardinals have gotten jammed on. He's got that sinker working down and in. It's been kind of a new thing for him.
Full count on Jedd Gyorko. We saw how the Padre outfielders shaded the Cardinal hitters right about where Peterson is in terms of being on that side of the outfield, but they did not play that deep. All three are very deep for Jedd Gyorko. And a souvenir right by the Cardinals dugout. It's warm, but not nearly as hot as the last couple of nights here at Busch Stadium. Gyorko hits it down the left field line, but pulls it foul. Even his foul balls, he's hitting hard.
Notice the bat speed seems much better the last few days. He's much more aggressive. Unbelievable series against the Padres.
3-2 pitch.
So the numbers were good. 8 for 14, 4 hits, or 4-game hitting streak, 4 home runs in the midst of that. And maybe of lesser note, he had 12 different times during the series he had to answer the question, how come you hit so well against your former teammates? That's a modern day record. Little known fact.
Just got research by Elias and
Yes.
confirmed by Stats Inc. That's great.
Previous record was 11.
Who held it?
That was A-Rod. Played pretty well against the Mariners.
Interesting. Pitch 11 of the at bat is a walk to Jedd Gyorko. Leadoff man aboard, the first Cardinal runner of the night. The #1 live streaming sports service delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in high definition on over 400 supported devices. MLB.tv. In terms of Jhonny Peralta coming back, it's one of the great unknowns right now because he can't swing a bat, and until that happens, they don't know how he feels. So in the meantime, it'll be a lot of Jedd Gyorko. He stands at first, and here's Kolten Wong. In terms of Brandon Moss and trying to come back, Brandon Moss is able to run straight forward, but there's concerns with him pushing off and making turns. So that's the issue right now with Brandon Moss. There's a look at Brandon. So he's doing some baseball activities. And an update on Matt Carpenter is that he is throwing, swinging a bat. They have told him to lighten it up a little bit. Make sure that when you do come back, you're ready to go.
Good
There's
luck.
a look at Carpenter.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Especially with him.
And I say that out of respect for Matt Carpenter, but somebody's got to tell him that, but then somebody's got to grab the bat out of his hand too. And I bet they will.
One ball, 2 strikes, nobody out. It's Kolten Wong and a key double last night. Inside. So earlier today here at the ballpark, Brandon Moss again running straight forward, no problems. The turn, pushing off the base, a little bit of an issue for him. Taking the ground balls as well, took some fly balls too. 2-2 is chopped right side. Gonzalez throws to second, gets the lead man, and there's a left-handed first baseman coming into play to make that play. So Matt Carpenter swinging the bat a little bit, running, throwing, playing catch.
I think running, having had the injury that he has and being around a lot of guys that had, I think the concern you have the most is swinging the bat because it's his front side. And you remember the picture of him swinging and then just holding the right side. Now he throws right-handed, as we all know. So that's his backside. So you don't have the same kind of reaction, the same kind of torque that you feel from your front side. The front side's worse. So hitting, I think, is going to be harder than throwing or running as he's going through his rehab.
A lot of different issues coming up with the upcoming collective bargaining agreement. It expires the 1st of December, and a question would be, do you include the DH in the National League? There's been more and more talk about that. Michael Wacha is 1 for 32 this year.
So you think he's going to vote yes?
He might.
But that means he's going to have to pitch to another guy that can swing it.
Yep.
I don't think there's any pitcher that would vote yes for that. And by the way, they won't get to vote.
You were part of the Players Association for a number of years as a team rep.
So you will come as a union with suggestions that you bring to the bargaining table, and then like any other negotiation, you win some, you lose some.
Some of the things that are being talked about kind of slipping out publicly to see, get the temperature on both sides, and then you keep some of the things you really want in your back pocket.
Now you got it.
Gotcha. 1-2 the count on Michael Wacha.
Sound like somebody that's savvy when it comes to politics and negotiation, Dan.
I don't talk about politics.
Just say business, though.
Okay, I'll talk about business. Check on the runner at first, Colton Wong.
Wacha should be a better hitter, by the way, than the 1 for 32 you mentioned. Cardinals pitchers have done a nice job with the bat. Look at Garcia and Carlos, Wainwright, year after year.
Can't get the bunt down.
Has not been Michael Wacha's year with the bat.
First strikeout for Brandon McCarthy, and there's 2 down, and it brings in Tommy Pham. That was the curveball that he bunts foul. From your history and trying to bunt as a pitcher, and then teaching your pupils to do so. What is it? Is it a fastball, slider, changeup, curve? What's the easiest pitch to bunt?
Well, I think if you're facing a hitter as opposed to a pitcher, it's a different answer. If you're facing a pitcher, anything that moves, they can't bunt. They're just not used to seeing sliders and curveballs. Anything that's moving, they just can't square it up the way a hitter can. The hitters don't like the high fastball because they have a hard time keeping from popping that particular pitch up.
Two outs, runner at first. Tommy Pham fly to deep center first time up.
Tommy Pham brings something unique, I think, to this Cardinals offense. When he's healthy, when he's around, when he's part of it, I think he's an important piece. I'm not saying he's the most important piece, but runs well, play multiple positions in the outfield, and he has surprising power. We've seen it the other way where balls that he just flick the ball down the right field line and he'll hit it a long way.
Diving in head first, safe. Colton Wong with a stolen base. Dodgers want to take an extended look at this. If it stands, it's Colton Wong's 4th steal of the year.
Should have been a good pitch for Grandal to throw. In fact, it was a good throw, good tag, but Wong had a decent enough jump right to the bag, hand in. I believe he's safe. I believe the Dodgers have come to the same conclusion. But when the pitch is up, I think that's a good pitch for a catcher to throw. If the ball's down and he has to turn to the side to catch it, then stand up and throw, or come out of his crouch in a power way, just much more difficult to get a snap throw to second.
The 2-0 pitch to Pham. Fly ball lifted down the right field line, slicing and out of play. Pham had a ball like that last night that just carried, and it stayed fair and hit off the top of the wall.
Almost a home run. We were all surprised by that it went as far as it did.
Cubbies in the bottom of the third with a 4-0 lead over Milwaukee. Keep you updated on that. The 2-1. Now 2-2. Tying run at second base. Colton Wong, 1-0 Dodgers. RBI single by Corey Seager back in the first. The 2-2 pitch.
Be interesting how this game develops. The Cardinals typically score more runs late in games, but the Dodgers bullpen is a strength of this team. They have the second best bullpen in the National League, only behind the Nationals. So you might not want to wait till the 7th inning against this Dodger club.
Hard for you to believe that Kenley Jansen is the all-time saves leader in Dodgers history.
They've had some very good closers over the years.
3-2 pitch. Taken high. 2 walks in the game, both coming in this inning. And it brings in Aledmys Diaz.
Gagne.
That's the one that comes to mind.
John Wetland, an outstanding closer for the Dodgers, then went on to the Yankees. Todd Worrell pitched for the Dodgers in that role.
We're thankful Tom Niederpure was in that role.
A couple of nights we were.
2 outs, 2 on. Diaz, base hit, left center. Here comes Wong. He will score. Bam! On his way to third. He'll score. Misplayed. 2-1 St. Louis.
That looks so similar to the game winner that Diaz had in the final game against the Padres. Strokes the ball over the shortstop's head, and the Cardinals pick up more than just 1 run. As not only does the first run score, but it's boxed a bit in center field by Peterson. And here's Tommy Pham. He did not slide last night late in the game. The throw comes into second base, but yes, indeed, Tommy Pham knows how to slide.
And Diaz has extended his on-base streak to 25 straight. And Piscotty hits it out of play.
Mike Matheny joked after the game yesterday that they were going to have early sliding practice today. And apparently, by early practice, he meant the 3rd inning.
So it's a base hit, RBI, Aaron Peterson, his second.
They dropped the bomb.
Yep. Hit up the middle. There's Chase Utley, and he makes the play. Diaz left stranded, but his base hit tied it. Misplay in center. Cardinals take the lead. We played 3, 2-1 St. Louis. 2 runs scored. Cardinals on top. Mike Leake, sensationals last 2 times out. We check in with Jim. More on that.
Dan, you know, since May 26th, the Cardinals starting rotation has posted an ERA of 3.26. That's the best in the National League. And certainly Leake has been a big part of that. He posted at least 10 Ks with no walks. Zip over his last 2 starts, becoming just the 2nd pitcher in Cardinals history to do that. Mike Matheny describes Leake as throwing darts, and Leake told me, quote, "It does feel that way at times. Problem is you don't know how long it will last." And for context, he had 10 or more strikeouts over his last 2 starts. In his previous 189 starts, he had done it only 2 other times. He told me the slider has been a big swing and miss pitch for him, but Dan, he uses it sparingly. He told me, "I don't think it's great for your arm because of the torque. Plus, if you're not spotting it, you can start falling behind in the count real quick."
And Leake will go tomorrow against Maeda. That's lined into center field. Yasmani Grandal, a base hit. The other pitcher, by the way, in Jim's report, which he talked about the double-digit strikeouts and no walks to do it in 2 consecutive games, the great Bob Gibson. So he, along with Mike Leake, the only 2 to do that. Nick Doherty is our statistician here tonight. Nick has been trained by his grandfather Bucky over the years. A good thing that Nick can count, Bucky can't. So Grandal is 1 for 2. And it brings in Jock Peterson. And a strike. I've thought watching Mike Leake his last 2 times out, Jim mentioned it, I think the breaking pitch has been the pitch that's gotten him over the hump.
Uses both a cutter and a slider, and a lot like Wainwright, I think the expanded use of the slider, the pitch that's going down more, not just flat, I think has become a weapon, and I think it makes it another look. I think if you're looking for a cutter that just go flat and go away from you, a right-handed batter, right-handed pitcher, the ball's going to go away from you. All of a sudden you think he's throwing another one and then it dips down. That's the one they're swinging over top of. That's the one they're missing, and that's the one that the strikeouts are happening on. So I think it's a great combination of cutter and slider used together that both those guys have found, both Wainwright and Leake.
Leake 7-7. Start tomorrow night. First pitch at 6:15 if you have a ticket. Watching at home will be on the air at 5:30.
You know, if
Saturday night here in St. Louis.
If your changeup is basically supposed to look like your fastball, and then it's a changeup, that last pitch Wacha just threw, you want your pitch disguised. So the slider is disguised behind the cutter. I think it has that same effect.
But it has to have that little dip, does it not? Can't stay on the same plane.
No. Those are called doubles.
Or home runs.
Doubles or more.
That's not what you want in your repertoire. Fastball, curve, and there's the doubles or more. Popped up left side. Jed Jerko in foul territory. And Peterson, if he picked it up at home, not real happy with that at bat. The bold and refreshing frozen strawberry lemonade, it's back, and it's only available at McDonald's. Eighth place hitter Scott Van Slyke. Did you ever babysit for Scott?
I'm sure I did.
In 2009, it was the 5th season for Scott as a professional. Said the game wasn't fun anymore. He wanted out. He was a Class A Inland Empire. 2 for 19 slump, 9 strikeouts, hit just .232 the previous year. And he said right after that stretch, and talking with him, it clicked. Everything started to happen in a positive way. And I said, well, how'd you get here? I learned to hit a fastball. He said I couldn't hit a fastball. Low minor leagues, guys throwing hard, couldn't hit it, couldn't catch up. But he's made that adjustment, and he's become a nice major league player.
It's interesting. He had the same conversation with me today about what it's like to come back after his rehab appearances that he had down in A-ball. He went down there just trying to come back from the back problem, and a lot of his rehab at-bats were against pitchers that aren't quite major league quality. So he said when he came down to the big leagues, he had to remember how to hit the fastball again, because they're throwing it quite a bit harder, and it's all about timing. And we talked about just how important spring training is for that. You just got to get timing. It's tough to step in and hit a ball that's coming 95, because there's plenty of guys throwing 95 right now.
So the Cardinals want to set their defense, get this straight. 2 hits in the inning, runners at first and second. Walker's had 1-2-3 inning. That was in the second inning. So he's been dealing with base runners throughout the evening. Already 3 innings of play. The Dodgers have stranded 4. Michael has pitched well against the LA Dodgers. Collectively 5 starts, including postseason, 2.08 ERA.
Postseason's been the best.
Yeah, that bases loaded jam in a day game. On his way to the NLCS MVP and pitched out of that. Part of that inning was Yasiel Puig. And Puig is dealing with a sore hamstring, had to be lifted from the game last night. So that's why we see Van Slyke in the starting lineup.
McCarthy's job is to try to bunt this to the third baseman, Jerko.
Bunted in the air, giving chase. Molina just short. 0-2 the count.
The fans love the dive of Yadier Molina, and the entire way through the dive I'm thinking, don't land on your shoulder and get hurt, or your wrist and get hurt, please.
Don't run into Matt Adams, please.
I'm thinking all those things.
Yeah.
And I promise you the Cardinal manager and trainer were thinking the same thing.
So 2 strikes now on McCarthy. Was called out on strikes back in the second. And the 0-2. Gets the bunt down. Molina to third. And they got him. He gets a lead man. Took a chance, and we'll see if it pays off.
That was some kind of play by Jerko. Not just Molina. As Bob Guerin's on the phone, trying to figure out whether or not Grandal is out. And here's Yadi, off balance throw. Such a close play. I thought he was safe to the naked eye. And I think he's out.
I do too.
On the replay.
And so do the Dodgers. They do not challenge the play.
Dana Demuth right on that. And the pick by Jerko on the backhand. That's a nice play. His defense been very good the last few days.
It's kind of coincided with the offense, the uptick there, and now defensively. And here's Chase Utley. Ground ball hit to the right side. Wong flips out of the glove. Dodgers strand 2. They've left 6 on through 4. Some defense telling the story of this game thus far. I knew that Matt Holliday, even last night, would be in the lineup here for game one. It's per MLB rules. If it's your bobblehead night, you cannot sit. And there he is. His bobblehead night, so he's in the lineup. It'll be Holliday, Adams, Molina in the home half of the fourth, and the Cardinals leading by the score of 2-1. Reminder, this Sunday is the Build-A-Bear Workshop giveaway. Compliments of Build-A-Bear Workshop. Don't forget to visit Build-A-Bear Workshop's new store, now located in the Ford Plaza. For more information, visit cardinals.com/promotions. Reminder that Sunday is a night game, and then we head out to New York City.
You mentioned it, Dan. Much more pleasant here at the ballpark tonight. Not quite as hot as we've dealt with the past couple of days. Just something all the Cardinals are having to deal with, the coaches, everybody. You know, it's not a surprise in St. Louis when it's hot in July and August. It's just part of the deal.
Well, we talked about it. Mike Matheny, 1998, hit by a pitch, missing teeth, blood gushing. Jason Kendall was behind the plate. Scary, scary situation. Terry Crawford was the home plate umpire, and Matheny played the next day. Phil Garner was his manager at the time. He said he couldn't believe it. This is the time of night where it's a little tough with a high pop-up and those fly balls with the outfielders. Strike one on Holliday. The 0-1. Now 0-2. Cardinals hold an option on the contract for Matt Holliday, and getting around that time of the season where you start thinking about next year and beyond, and potentially finishing his career as a St. Louis Cardinal. A lot of times teams want to make sure that a player is healthy, still productive, deciding whether or not to bring him back if they hold that option. Here's a 1-2 pitch to Holliday, and he struck him out. No argument from Matt. Second strikeout for Brandon McCarthy. Lowe's home field advantage. At home against the Dodgers since 1958. Two of the most historic franchises in all of baseball. Cardinals and the Dodgers.
Think about how much the Dodgers have won the past dozen years or so. The Cardinals or the Dodgers, seems like one or both are in the playoffs every year. It's a team that's used to winning. The Dodgers are, just like the Cardinals. In fact, the Dodgers have 7 division titles in the last 12 years. They've had a couple of down years, no question, but they seem to bounce back. They're in a big market. They usually have money to spend.
They've definitely got that now after the Frank McCourt debacle. Ownership of the Dodgers and Guggenheim Group came in. Magic Johnson a part of that. They are willing to spend money, and they have done that as Adams hits it out of play. And that's why I think looking at them the next week or so will be very intriguing, because they're able to take on contracts that other teams can't, and they're able to get players with additional players that maybe you don't want, but they'll pay off that deal because it doesn't matter. The money is no object.
So interesting talking to Dave Roberts before the game, and he was talking about rediscovering what it means to be a Dodger, almost a Cardinal way conversation.
Center field. Peterson. 2 down.
He said the Dodgers lost their way for a couple of years, and now they've got it back.
Well, it's about drafting and developing players, which is what the Cardinals have done. They have not strayed from that motto year after year. It's become more prevalent here in the last decade or so with a lot of the minor league players that have graduated to the major leagues. And I think what you're talking about is a team that goes out and just can spend wherever, whenever they want. It's still about, though, developing those players the Dodger way, the Cardinal way, the Pirate way, whatever that is.
It's a good system. It's a professional atmosphere. It's a tie to the past, but a valuing the present. All those things that you would say define the Cardinals. That's what the Dodgers were looking for.
Here's a 1-0. And a fly ball lifted into shallow center, racing in Peterson to make the catch as he lost his hat. The UMB Champions Club, they're busy tonight. Cardinals on top by the score of 2-1. Chicago a lead of 6.5 in front of St. Louis. Such an important piece to that organization, that lineup. Dexter Fowler looked like he was headed to Baltimore and then came back to the Cubs late in spring training. And as he goes, the Cubbies go. Here's Corey Seager. Lines a shot into left and a base hit. Full day of baseball tomorrow on FS1 and Fox Sports Midwest. FS1 has the Giants and Yankees at 3, followed by the Rangers and Royals. And right here on Midwest, Cardinals continue their series with the Dodgers. Begins at 5:30. Baseball on FS1 and Fox Sports Midwest, or catch it on Fox Sports Go. So a leadoff base hit, and it brings in Justin Turner. Corey Seager 3 for 3. The top of this lineup has produced. The fastball misses low and away. Sometimes you'll see that catcher have to reach for it. Umpire senses that, and even though the pitch is a strike, doesn't get the call, and that may have been the case there on that last pitch. Here's a 1-0. Double play ball. Diaz, Wong, the turn, the pick by Adams. Double play. 6-4-3. Slowly hit, and Wong may have had more time than he realized with the low throw, but the pick by Matt Adams. Starts with Diaz. Nice feed and the turn by Colton Wong. Good pick by Adams. First double play turned by the Cardinals tonight. And with 2 outs, it'll bring in Adrian Gonzalez.
Now, if you heard Dick Enberg talk in our pregame show yesterday about the beauty of a double play, he said you get 2 outs in 4 seconds, and so many things have to happen just right. And he was so philosophical about it, and really a pleasure to have him on.
Gonzalez has walked and struck out. It's also about the timing between those two and getting used to each other, and the rhythm between Diaz and Wong. Changeup. It's really been a hit or miss pitch. I don't mean that as, hey, here he's throwing it, it's hit or miss. I mean, he's just been really on, or when he's off, he's missing by a lot with that changeup. Fastball. Adams. Walk up. 8 pitches in the inning. That also helps with a double play. Midway through 5, Cardinals on top. T-Mobile, Ichiro 4 shy of 3,000. Jason Hamill started tonight for the Cubbies, and Tanaka starts tonight against San Francisco. Greater coverage of Major League Baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. We move to the bottom of the 5th, and the Cardinals have a lead of 2-1. St. Louis with 1 hit tonight. And you talk about the importance of not walking anybody. 1 hit. Both those walks have come around to score.
Cardinals have a much better ratio, 2 runs on 1 hit. The Dodgers 1 run on 7 hits. And sometimes it's not just the number of hits you get, but when you get them. And as you mentioned, being mistake free beyond that. No errors, no walks.
Jerko yanks it foul. Jed walked and scored back in the 3rd. Seven, 8, and 9 in the lineup for Mike Matheny's club. It's a lineup that's always in a state of flux, it seems like. Jerko at one point this week was batting leadoff as Utley retires him. What a great deal on tickets. Philip at Philip 66, 8 gallons or more now until September 29th, and receive up to 50% off on a pair of tickets to a Cardinals home game. For more information, visit cardinals.com/Philip66. Long it into a fielder's choice and then stole his fourth bag. Goes down to get it and flies to right. There's Scott Van Slyke. 2 outs. I remember Scott Van Slyke's stare down with Joe Kelly in the playoffs.
Oh, that was fun, wasn't it? They were actually, it started when they both felt, and players started doing that to their credit. They learned maybe the hard way that you needed to wait until the colors left the field. It wasn't just staying there for the anthem, but if the colors were being presented, you needed to stay up there not till the song was over or till the anthem was over, but till the flag left the field. So they both stayed and stayed and stayed and stayed. And it's very funny to watch that. Go find it on YouTube, that the two of them were basically out on the field up until the first pitch of the game, and the umpire had to shoo them both off. I found it very comical, and knowing both those guys, fitting.
My understanding is that teams have made an effort, some teams finding their players if they are not out and lined up for the national anthem. A strike at the knees to Wacha. 2-1 the count, 2 outs, nobody on.
You've heard my story for the national anthem during the World Series with the Dodgers. I was playing hacky sack in the training room with Fernando Valenzuela, and we missed it.
Oops.
Introduction for a World Series, a national anthem, and we're playing hacky sack.
You missed your intro?
Oh, yeah.
I knew you missed the...
Oh, I missed more than that.
So Vince Scully's out there to the world saying, and left-handed reliever Rick Horton, and you're nowhere to be found.
Not unless you're looking in the training room. It's actually the laundry room.
What's your problem, man?
We were getting ready.
Everybody thinks nice, perfect little Ricky. Yeah, now it all comes out. The 2-2 pitch to Wacha. You didn't tell me that part. I knew hacky sack, missing the anthem, but left-handed reliever Rick Horton.
Where is he?
Crickets. Hall of Fame induction class has been selected. Edward Jones and the Cardinals congratulate Sam Braden, Terry Moore, Joe Torre, Chris Carpenter. The annual Hall of Fame induction ceremony Saturday, August 27th. That'll be held at Fox Sports Midwest Live. That's open to the public, and it's gotten bigger and bigger the last couple of years. Looking forward to seeing and hearing from Chris Carpenter. Not sure what he would say. You know, Joe Torre will be very polished. He's such a great speaker. He's done a lot of media in addition to being a manager in New York, which you have to deal with the media day in and day out. Chris Carpenter can be a very emotional guy, and I think that could be a special moment.
Yeah.
Thinking about the Hall of Fame.
Oh, I can't wait for that, and I do think it's important to him, and he's very grateful for it. I know he misses his connection here, and if you are a Cardinal fan during that era, you know that Chris Carpenter epitomized those teams with his tenacity, competitiveness, and emotions. And he wore them on his sleeve, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. Here's Howie Kendrick. So Wacha has pitched out of trouble in this game a few times. Dodgers have stranded 6. He's given up 5 hits. He's walked 1. He has struck out 3. And a fly ball down the right field line. It's well hit. Piscotty back, and it's gone. Howie Kendrick, opposite field home run. It's now a 14-game hitting streak for the Dodgers left fielder, and that ties the game up at 2.
Defining characteristic for the Cardinals in 2016 is that they do not give up very many home runs. But that pitch, middle, the opposite field power of Kendrick, and the Cardinals, who hit a lot of home runs. In fact, they got a streak going. They don't have one yet today. But the Cardinals typically win that battle. And of course, it's not over yet.
Yasmani Grandal routed out to second, single to center, left stranded back in the 4th.
Grandal has 13 home runs, 12 of them from the left side, despite hitting under 200 left-handed. So he's really struggling. He's had some physical issues this year.
Hits it sharply past Wong and into right field. So the first 2 have reached against Wacha here in the top of the 6th. We take a look at our Kia in the driver's seat. Talking about home runs, fewest per 9. The Cardinals 0.88 coming into play tonight. That may get the bullpen active when you see those first 2 hit hard. Wacha kind of hit a wall in his last start. It was a hot day, granted, on Sunday. Only lasted 4.
When you get the double figures in hits, you have to start thinking about first guy out of that pen. And Wacha's already given up 9. Fortunately, his command has been pretty good in this game. Walked Gonzalez in the first inning. That didn't hurt him.
.1-0 pitch upcoming to Jock Peterson. Change up, and it froze him.
Also seems as if Mike Matheny is understanding the weather effects on his starting staff. He had short starts from Leake. He did the same with Carlos Martinez. Maybe they could have gone longer, but you get up to 90 pitches on a hot day in St. Louis, that may be enough.
1-2 the count.
The changeup of Wacha, the downward movement. The pitch wasn't even close.
One and 2 the count. Let's see if Wacha can't get that double play again. He's turned 1. The Cardinals have here tonight. And the 1-2. We have our soccer match coming up here at Busch Stadium. And that'll be August 1st. And the Cardinals have teamed up with Relevant Sports, who's putting on that event. Officer Flamion, the officer that was shot senseless in Baldwin, then paralyzed. And what they are doing is that 50% of that ticket, if you purchase a ticket, will go to the Gary Sinise Foundation. And they have set up a little side foundation for the officer to help him with medical costs and what he will go through coming up in terms of his house and trying to make accommodations there. So something very nice that if you're thinking about going to the soccer game, understand that 50% of your ticket will go there when you use the promotional code Baldwin PD. Baldwin PD.
It's a great idea.
Cardinals.com/soccer. Just senseless. 3-2 the count. Runner at first is Yasmani Grandal. Would he go with a changeup again? He does, and he struck him out. 4 strikeouts for Michael Wacha.
Peterson had a pretty good rip at this changeup. It was up just a little bit, and if he'd have waited back a tad more, our Chevy Fox Tracks had it up in the zone, maybe a split second more, and the Dodgers would have the lead right now.
So 1 out, and it brings in Scott Van Slyke. He has singled tonight up the middle into center and also grounded out to third. The check on the runner at first, Grandal. Happy 9th birthday to Mays Mabus. Celebrating and watching Cardinals baseball tonight. Mays Mabus. One ball, no strikes. Short lead at first by Grandal. And the next to Scott Van Slyke. Instead, a check on the runner at first, Grandal. You were talking about these teams in postseason play, and when I see Scott, hard not to think about Andy and the teams in the 80s that he was a part of here in St. Louis. And then you think about 1985 and what the Cardinals did against the Dodgers, and in recent history they've had great matchups. Matt Adams home run off of Clayton Kershaw, the Matt Carpenter at bats against Kershaw in back-to-back series, back-to-back years. Adams was a walk-off, or rather a late inning home run that ensured a Cardinal victory. Great moment here at this ballpark. The 1-1. Chopped foul. My understanding is the Cardinals next year will celebrate the 1967 championship team, along with, at one point, the 1987 National League championship team. Really had great feedback, great success on the 10-year anniversary of the 06 team. Just a week ago they were here, and it was a lot of fun to see them.
Hard to believe, with all the playoffs we're talking about with the Dodgers, that they have not won a World Series since 1988.
Really is. That's hit down the left field line, and it's a fair ball. And the Cardinals catch a break. That'll be a ground rule double for Scott Van Slyke. So runners at second and third. Dave Roberts has a decision to make with Brandon McCarthy coming up.
Van Slyke gets a pitch down in the zone, hooks it into the corner, and the decision has been made. McCarthy's going to get a chance to bat.
Are you surprised?
Only because the Dodgers bullpen is so good. Yes, I am. And he's been a five-inning pitcher
exactly.
Anyway.
Coming off injury. Don't know how well he'll do going deeper into a game. Cardinals infield is drawn in. Dodgers with some options here.
McCarthy's only thrown 68 pitches, though.
Wacha, on the other hand, this will be pitch number 87. A 2-2 game. Runners at second and third. 1 ball, 1 strike. Dave Roberts had the famous stolen base for the Boston Red Sox 2004. Down 3-0 to the Yankees. Billy Miller against Mariano Rivera, the Cardinals first base coach now, drove him in. And unfortunately, the rest is history for the Cardinals. There's Billy, who won a batting championship Great hitter in his own right. Forever linked to that 04 championship team, lifting the curse of the Bambino. Here's a 1-2 pitch by Wacha. 2-2.
McCarthy not swinging the bat well this year, and if you're wondering, is Dave Roberts going on a higher career expectation for McCarthy? 0.62 career hitter too, so it's not his strong suit. Wacha needs the strikeout here, and this could be a key moment in this game. Wacha facing the pitcher, 2 runners aboard with 1 out.
2-2 is hit out of play. I was surprised because of what we talked about in terms of McCarthy coming off the injury. Hot night, not having gone deep into games. Outfield extremely shallow.
Just noticed that too, especially Pham in center and Piscotty in right. Incredibly shallow.
The 2-2. Full count. Stirring in the Cardinal bullpen. Chase Utley is on deck. The 3-2 pitch. Tapped foul.
If Wacha loses McCarthy, you almost have to go get him and bring in Tyler Lyons if he loses McCarthy to face Utley and Seager.
There was talk that Tyler Lyons would be your starter on Sunday night. A 3-2. Broken bat. Back to Wacha. Looks back the runner. 2 down. So 2 on, 2 outs. Decision time for Mike Matheny. He nods in approval as if to say, this is yours.
Michael Wacha can get through 6 innings with the number of hits he's given up and allow just 2 runs. That would be a great success for him. Not being overly sharp, but still finding a way to get the job done. Utley stands in the way.
Started this game with a double inside the first base line. Came around to score on an RBI by Seager. He is popped out and grounded out. Big point in this game. 1 ball, no strikes. He evens it up at 1-1. See Matheny give signs to Yadier Molina. That's about defense. But it's Yadi and Wacha in terms of how they want to approach Chase Utley. The 1-1. Pulled foul. Well, he's got him at 1-2. Change up. Sometimes great. Sometimes not so much. What does he come with here?
When it comes down to it, the changeup is his best pitch. It's his power pitch. I think he'll throw a changeup. Utley very good with 2 strikes.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Chase Utley. Pitch count at 97 for Michael Wacha. The 1-2 and a fly ball lifted into shallow right. Piscotty calling for it. He has got it. Wacha pitches out of the jam. The Dodgers have stranded 8 through 6 innings. 2-2. Runners Night at the ballpark, presented by New Balance, is Wednesday, August 10th, and fans who purchase the special themed ticket receive an exclusive Cardinals Runners Technical t-shirt. Get your Runners Night tickets today at cardinals.com/theme. So Michael Wacha pitches out of the jam. Dave Roberts did not go to his bullpen. There's Larry Mago there on the right, who heads up along with Jack Donovan, Fox Sports Midwest. Doesn't go to the bullpen, and it's a move that may cost him.
Well, Brandon McCarthy needs to honor and validate his manager's decision right now by going out and pitching a couple innings, at least 2 more innings after this, of effective baseball. And I think if he does that, then Roberts' decision makes sense. If he doesn't, then he might kick himself.
So it's Tommy Pham, Aledmys Diaz, and Stephen Piscotty for the Cardinals here in the bottom of the 6th, a 2-2 game. First pitch hit out of play. Pham has walked and scored and also flied out to center.
Such a hard job to be a manager. You are balancing all the pros and cons of multiple decisions throughout a game, and then you're relying upon execution after that. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And if you're just going to evaluate a decision on whether it works or not, I think you're missing the point. And it's easy to be the proverbial Monday morning quarterback on a decision like that, but you've got so many factors involved, the health of your bullpen, what you're trying to do with your starter. You need to have McCarthy perhaps step up and be more of a 1 or 2 guy because Kershaw's out. That could be a factor for Roberts.
So far so good. He strikes out Tommy Pham, and that's the 4th strikeout for McCarthy. Yasiel Puig burst onto the scene of Major League Baseball back in 2013, and a comparison between the two through 87 games.
Saw these numbers earlier. Very surprised at how Diaz's numbers match up pretty well with Puig. Puig gets so much attention, and Diaz under the radar a little bit. Certainly an all-star, but he wasn't an all-star right away. He needed to be put in there with Carpenter's injury.
And yet the home run's just a little bit below Puig's. But he really has caught the National League by storm.
Hit sharply to third, Justin Turner. What's been the knock on Diaz from the national level? The errors. He has committed 15, primarily in the first month and a half. Well, Corey Seager's in that conversation too. He's committed 11.
Yeah, well, you always have a narrative that comes from some truth, and then the narrative's repeated and repeated and repeated, and it may be 3 months later, and it may be old news. And I think the news of Trevor Story hitting all those home runs the first week, by the time it got around baseball, everybody thought he was Babe Ruth. But his number's not really any better than Diaz's or Seager's, yet his national acclaim was much higher.
Right. Good point. Stephen Piscotty has popped out and also grounded out. 0 for 2 on the night. McCarthy has allowed just 1 hit. Cardinals have been out hit in this game 10-1. That pitch popped up. Seager is there and makes the catch. A 7-pitch 6th inning for Brandon McCarthy. Chevy called to the pen, and Siegrist will get 2 lefties at least, with Seager, Turner, and Gonzalez coming up. It's been a good year again for Kevin. This will be appearance number 40, a 2.72 ERA. Not many walks. It is 36 1/3 innings of work, but a lot of strikeouts with 38. So the lefty will take over. First man will face Seager, who is 3 for 3 here tonight. The Cardinals just 1 hit to reset what's going on in this game. Maybe you've just joined us, wherever you may be. We hope you're enjoying Cardinals baseball tonight. Cardinals with 1 hit. They have stranded in this ball game. Just 1. The Dodgers, meanwhile, have stranded 8 with 10 hits. Kubota power stats: Seager, Turner, Grandal, Peterson, and Thompson on that list, all in double figures in home runs. So Michael Wacha is through tonight, and the first pitch here in the 7th is a strike.
Interesting, Dan. I've seen some stats on the Cardinals bullpen over the last 15 days, 30 days, and really the numbers are not as bad as it feels like they should be, because we've certainly had a couple of bad days with the Cardinals bullpen, but I don't think they're that far off from the success that you expect if you're Derek Lilliquist, Mike Matheny, and Kevin Siegrist is a big part of that. When he's out, it just feels like you've lost a huge weapon in your pen. A shutdown late inning guy, other than a closer, that can just change the feel of a game in the 7th and the 8th inning. That's what Siegrist does.
Ineffectiveness of Rosenthal changed roles and then he had mono, so then Segris was out.
Bad timing.
That's two guys that you were really counting on coming into the season. The 2-1 pitch to Seager.
There are times during the year where you've got 5 or 6 guys in the bullpen, and a lot of experience on this subject, Dan, where you've got 5 or 6 guys, whether it's as a coach or player or teammate, whatever. 5 or 6 guys you can't wait to get out there because they're all spinning the right way. Everything just is right. And then there's some times where you've got 4 or 5 or 6 guys that you're nursing along for various reasons.
Tough play here. Wong off balance, and a 4-hit night for Corey Seager. Wong had to hesitate a little bit as to not collide with Aledmys Diaz going up the middle. Regardless, the speed of Seager beats it out, and he's 4 for 4 with 4 singles. What does it tell you that Tyler Lyons was getting loose last inning and his potential on Sunday night?
I think he's still a potential for Sunday night. By getting loose today, I don't think that would keep him from pitching Sunday, but if he'd gotten in this game, pitched to a couple batters, then it makes you rethink, is it Bowman?
Yeah.
You know, I've had this back of my mind thought about Luke Weaver only because he has been as good as anybody in the Cardinals minor league system, despite the fact he's doing that in Double-A. He's been dynamite.
Couldn't agree more. Been thinking the same thing. We may be looking at the wrong prospect when we talk about Reyes.
Well, I added him to my list on our post-game show last night as possibilities, and there are plenty of them, and you don't really have to decide till you have to decide. And of course, as we're nearing August 1st, it could be somebody that's playing in another uniform too. That also is a possibility.
So Turner, that's a big out. Got him out front, and now it's Adrian Gonzalez. Quiet night. He struck out, grounded out, and also walked. The Dodgers dealing with all kinds of injuries this year to their everyday lineup and their staff. The day in and day out, you look up and Adrian Gonzalez is penciled in that lineup. Short lead at first by Seager. First pitch, a strike. Nope. Called it a ball. Want to know the count. Sometimes, Rick, you just get ahead of yourself. Think with your heart, not with your head.
You can be forgiven for that, Dan.
Here's a 1-0 pitch.
I believe anybody who's ever been a fan of anything understands that reality.
Every time I'm looking at a strike, well, I know it's 2 feet outside. Strike.
Right. I think that's one thing that replay has done. It's made us all a little more humble on that subject.
No doubt. Go ahead run at first. We're in the top of the 7th of a 2-2 game. And a check on Seager. One thing about Luke Weaver as opposed to Reyes, and Reyes pitched on his normal turn, and Sunday would not be it. But the one thing about Luke Weaver, just finishing this thought, is that he is a college pitcher too, former college pitcher. So he's more refined, you may think, and older, obviously. That plays a factor in this. Ground ball. Adams to second, gets the lead man, and a nice stretch by Diaz for the out. Matt Adams plays a very nice first base defensively. Not great, but very solid.
Yeah, he does. He has good hands. You talked about Gonzalez made a play just like this early in the game, and it was easier for him because he's a left-handed first baseman. A tougher throw for a right-handed first baseman with the runner in his way headed down to second base. You got to make sure you clear the runner, make a good throw. A lot of errors made on that play, and Adams made sure he got the lead runner.
2 outs, short lead at first by Gonzalez. Here's Howie Kendrick. 1 hit tonight. It tied it up. It's a solo home run hit down the right field line off of Michael Wacha. 6 innings, 10 hits, 2 runs, struck out 4, walked 1, and the home run to Kendrick. We have a right-handed batter, and that's about as deep as you will see in right field for Stephen Piscotty. Very deep in right. Three and 0.
If you're ever at a ballpark and you see a major league coach or manager wave his hand behind his head, just waving his hand behind his head means no doubles, means don't let a guy hit the ball over your head. If you keep the ball in front of you, we'd rather give up the bloop hit. You'll go first to third. We don't want something in the gap over your head that might score a run late in the game. We call that no doubles defense, and that's why Piscotty's so deep.
Well, the Cardinals 2 runs have scored with a walk. Those 2 walks came around to score, and this walk puts a man in scoring position. Brings in Grandal, who is a switch hitter, as Rick mentioned, his power from the other side. He's 2 for 3 tonight. And that's a ball. So with 2 outs, it's 2 on, and Grandal a chance to put the Dodgers on top. They jumped out to a 1-0 lead on an RBI single by Seager. Cardinals came back with 2 of their own in the 3rd, and the home run by Kendrick in the 6th. Crowd a little bit restless now. 2 balls, no strikes. Only 5 strikes of the 15 pitches total so far for Siegrist, and maybe pitching coach can pick up something that he detects, or maybe he's just trying to slow him down.
I think that's what you're doing for the most part, is just reorienting everything, and it includes giving the pitcher a chance to talk and think. You know, it's a lonely place out there when it's not going well. Sometimes you just need to regroup, have a little conversation, breathe. Normally we hear from Wainwright all the time how important it is to breathe correctly on the mound. He learned that from Jason Isringhausen. Sometimes you forget to breathe.
And what's meant by that is slowing things down, collecting yourself, realizing the situation,
holding your breath, and creates a tense moment. You have to have kind of a nice shallow breathing when you're competing, no matter what sport you're doing, and sometimes the tension will make you breathe a little differently, and it's not productive.
3 and 1. You have Jock Peterson, left-handed batter, on deck, so you would think that even if Grandal and Walker get on, Siegrist still has Jock Peterson. Time will tell. Maine is throwing in the pen. 3 balls and 1 strike. Pitch number 18 of the inning. 3 and 2. Plaza Tire Service replay.
All kinds of movement up in the zone on that delivery. Just need a strike here, Kevin.
(3-2) from Siegrist. Fly ball into right, and again the Dodgers will strand 2. They've left 10 on in this game. Holiday, Adams, Molina coming up. It's 2-2. Time to stretch. Cardinals with 1 hit tonight. It's been done before where they've won a game with just 1 hit. Only 3 times in the franchise's history since 1913. And the most recent all the way back in 1991 against the Mets. This is the Gateway Honda home run inning. Cardinals hit a home run. The Gateway Honda dealers donate $1,000 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So what it tells you, you better pick up more than 1 hit.
Well, they certainly know how to pick up home runs during this inning. The Honda home run inning. It's been a bonanza in 2016 for the Cardinals.
The run differential 7th inning and on is plus 56 for the Cardinals. Sometimes you look at run differential and you say, well, there's the 10-0 win and a 1-0 loss, and you know, it depends on who you face, but when you look late in innings and you're plus 56 against the rest of the league, that's an awful lot. And Holiday against McCarthy. Away we go. Bottom of the 7th. That's what we're talking about. Plus 56 for the Cardinals.
Dodgers have been pretty good as well, and I think that has much to do with their bullpen as it does their offense. They've been very stingy.
Holiday didn't like it. 0-2. Crowd tonight 41,915. 41915.
That's why he didn't like it.
Here's the 0-2. If you're wondering, Luke Weaver is scheduled to start tomorrow at Springfield.
The no doubles defense we talked about, very deep in the outfield for Holiday. Late in the game, keep the ball in front of you. It's an imperative.
Puts it in play. Ground ball hit to short. Corey Seager.
You know, Dan, one thing I really liked about the San Diego series, and what was there not to like? The defense was good, the offense was good, the starting pitching, everything really worked, but the Cardinals won some close games. And I think that is a good feeling thing to move forward, that we're not going to lose close games. We get a 2-2 game late in the game. We feel like it's our game. We certainly felt that way last night when the Cardinals came back after Piscotty's home run. There was no way the Padres were going to win that game.
No.
And that feeling sometimes carries over.
Matt Adams is flied out deep to center to the wall and also popped out to Grandal. The shift is on here for Adams. Outfield very deep. Left-hander starting to throw in the bullpen for Los Angeles. Cardinals with Jonathan Broxton. Does he have the green light? We're about to find out on 3-0.
I'd give it to him.
Me too. Can put you on top. And it's a strike.
McCarthy has pitched to both corners well in this game. Outside corner and some jam shots.
And he walked him. The versatility that the Cardinals have in terms of guys that can move around the bench. You get late in the game, a player like Jeremy Hazelbaker becomes big if you want to pinch run. You can move Jerko to first. You can bring in Gray Garcia. So there's a lot of options here for Mike Matheny too. McCarthy had walked 2. Both those walks came around to score, and now it's Yadier Molina. way outside.
If you could have everything you want on your bench, you would have speed, you would have a defensive component for late in games, and you would have power for late in games. If you had it all. Cardinals have the speed in Hazelbaker. They have the power potential in Randal Grichuk on their bench. And they have the defensive versatility of Greg Garcia.
Oh my, now the Dodgers, their medical team out to look at McCarthy. Looks to be a cramp. Hot night. Wouldn't be surprising, would it?
Better leg than arm if you're a Dodger fan. And it would not be surprising. Like a calf strain, perhaps, or cramp. And that's on his back leg, his push leg, and he's doing a calf stretch there. Certainly explains that errant throw. The first pitch was way outside. We hadn't seen that much from him.
If you're Dave Roberts, and McCarthy has gone through so much just to get to this point, and you know this better than anybody, Ricky, your lower half or any portion of your body with a pitcher, if it affects your motion, I don't think he'd take any chances. Even if it's something as simple as a cramp.
Yeah, he's not going to. Well, I mean, it could be a cramp or it could be a strain, and you probably don't know yet.
Boy, he was good tonight, pitching into the 7th, recording it out, walked a man, and allowed just 1 hit. So the Dodgers go to their pen. We'll tell you about the change when we come back in our Chevy Call to the Bullpen. Comes into the ball game, relief of McCarthy. This is our Hyundai pitch arsenal: fastball, slider, and change.
Outstanding slider, really a sharp slider that are used against left-hander. The fastball about 92, and the important number for Liberatore is 27. That's how many consecutive scoreless appearances he's had, dating back to the 20th of May. Picked up a win yesterday and a couple of strikeouts. He's been dynamite. This Dodger bullpen has undergone a transformation. The guys they thought would be their 7th, 8th, and 9th have not been, other than Jansen. But other guys have stepped up for Dave Roberts and gotten the job done, including Liberatore.
Did you take your Liberatore today?
Every day.
Runner at first is Adams. The count is 1 ball, no strikes on Yadier Molina. Just a friendly reminder.
Sometimes I miss you, Danny.
Only sometimes.
Better than never.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Yadi. Fly ball, shallow left. Howie Kendrick. 2 outs. Well, Jed Jerko has walked and scored in the 3rd and grounded out to 2nd. The Cardinals with just 1 hit tonight. That is it. That was a base hit by Diaz that scored Jerko. Then the error on Peterson trying to get the ball. And that allowed Tommy Pham to score. Cardinals led 2-1. Kendrick tied it up with a homer. That's where we stand right now. 2-2 our score.
Always interesting to see how bullpens reshuffle after the All-Star break. I know Al has been talking quite a bit since the break, and I think absolutely on target, talking about how the feel is often different for a relief pitcher after the break. The guys
that are first one under your belt.
The guys that are on streaks sometimes are not on streaks after the break, and vice versa. I mean, it really is difficult for a reliever not to throw for 3 or 4 days during the break. They're just so used to the everyday thing that you just lose the feel, and just not quite sure what's going to happen till you get that first appearance or 2 under your belt after the break.
Here's an 0-1 pitch to Jerko. One ball, 1 strike. Outfield extremely deep. This big crowd, 41,000 plus, ready to erupt here at Game 1 of this weekend series. The 1-1 pitch. 1-2 the count on Jerko. On 1-2. Jerko puts it in play. Broke his bat. Slow roller. And safe at first. Beats it out. And a great effort there by Justin Turner.
So the walk to Matt Adams could still hurt the starter McCarthy as Jerko breaks his bat. There's the effort by Turner. Jerko is able to beat it out. You can't get it there any quicker than Turner did. Not enough time to get Jerko. It's just a play like that that hurt Brandon Moss. That last step to the bag where he had a bit of a misstep and hit the bag real hard. So you always watch for that on a play like that. Jerko's fine.
Cardinals counter with a lefty on the mound. A pinch hit for Colton Wong. And this will be Randal Grichuk. Nobody throwing in the pen for Los Angeles. The way the Dodgers are playing defense too in the outfield, so deep, where at times you might think about pinch running for Adams. You would think with a base hit he would score. They are very deep for Randal Grichuk.
Jerko's had a nice week, so we'll show it to you again. A different angle down on the field. You get to see all of it at once. The third baseman, Jerko, the first baseman. And there's your umpire making the right call.
Go-ahead run at second base hit Matt Adams. First pitch to Grichuk. Here it comes. Fastball and a strike. So once again, the look at the outfield, very deep with the go-ahead run in scoring position. Grichuk, if you're wondering, 4 for 11 as a pinch hitter this year, does have an RBI.
Pinch hitting has been a specialty for the Cardinals, and I think Rick Honeycutt just wanted to make sure the lefty understood and was paying attention when they had the team meeting prior and they were talking about Randal Grichuk. He knows his power potential. I'm sure Liberatore does too, but to make sure they're pitching him in a way that will maximize success, and don't make a mistake with this guy or it's a game changer.
And that's why strike one on Grichuk is so important, because it could set him up for the breaking ball.
Absolutely.
The 1-1 pitch. 1-2. Two-strike pitch to Grichuk. Hit up the middle. Utley is there. Has to go to first. Safe. Wanted to step on the bag. And Gyorko hustling all the way. Beat that out. Utley then decided to go to first. Throw off line. Bases loaded.
And Adrian Gonzalez wasn't really even on the bag. He was trying to hustle back to the bag because he assumed that Utley was going to step on the bag, which was plan A. But when he couldn't get there in time, and still probably could have done it, Gonzalez isn't even on first base. And so he's trying to reach back for the first base bag, and he's not in time. How about that?
He says, why not take a chance? But that replay showed he was safe.
Well, you're in the 7th inning of a game.
Exactly.
Why not at least look at it? But I think it's going to be a safe call on this challenge, unless there's an issue with the slide of Gyorko, which I don't think there will be. I don't know what else it would be.
This is the unfortunate aspect of replay in which we don't have, and you bring up a good point. You know, you think about second base and a lack of a slide. Of all people, Chase Utley. It is the Utley rule, but you're right. Oh, there's the slide. So take that out of play. They were looking at first, and clearly he was safe. Now the only reason, because his replay people have to tell him, Dave, he's safe. The only reason I can think that he would do that is to buy time to get a reliever up, but no one's throwing. So the call is confirmed, and the bases are loaded. The Cardinals will pinch hit with Garcia. First pitch to Garcia is a ball.
Scored as an infield hit for Grichuk, and actually it was a good at bat for him. He drove the ball up the middle and might have deserved the hit anyway, but Utley was able to run it down. Just they couldn't find a place to get an out. It was an odd looking play, wasn't it?
Really was.
Got to make it hurt.
Garcia 4 for 10. Home run. Driven in 3 as a pinch hitter this year. Base hit puts the Cardinals back on top. The 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike.
wonder how timid Utley might be around that second base bag on a play like that, with a guy sliding in and he's reaching for a bag and you're sliding in hard. You just wonder.
Put it this way, I bet he's timid when they face the Mets. Referring to the play in the playoffs last year. 5 for 11, 2 outs and runners in scoring position for Greg Garcia.
He's still booed there.
Oh yeah. Here's a 1-1 pitch. Garcia breaks his bat. Little English on that ground ball, but Turner stays with it. And the Cardinals strand the bases loaded. We head to the 8th of a 2-2 game. Garcia at the plate as he grounds out. He'll stay in the game, takes over at second. Around the horn presented by Dobbs. The changes for St. Louis. Broxton on the mound. Garcia is at second base.
Battle of the bullpens next up. Jonathan Broxton. We saw Broxton pitch a strong inning in the final game against the Padres. I thought he looked good, and for the most part he's had a nice season. He's our Chevy call to the bullpen.
Broxton 7 years with the Dodgers. Back in 09 he had 36 saves for Los Angeles. And Jock Peterson will lead it off. We're in the top of the 8th. It's 2-2 our score. Speaking of saves, Jeurys Familia of the Mets, 50 straight save chances that he converts. First pitch back to Broxton. One away. Mets win tonight. Familia gets the save. 50 straight chances, 50 saves to join Eric Gagne, Tom Gordon, Jose Valverde.
That's impressive.
And to think it took a suspension for Familia to get that shot in New York.
Probably some tough saves in that group of 52. Not all easy ones.
You've done it. You've been a closer. The pressure is on. One out. Nobody on here for Scott Van Slyke. 2 for 3 tonight. For our fans that are wondering about Andy Van Slyke, he was coaching with the Mariners, and then Lloyd McClendon was let go, and he was on that staff. So how is he enjoying his summer?
I believe his golf game is improving, and his time with his grandchildren is also.
That's great. 2 quick outs for Jonathan Broxton.
I want to give credit in a left-handed odd way to Kevin Segras for the inning that he pitched in this game, Dan, and the reason it's something we don't talk about very often. I don't think Kevin Segras was very sharp today. I don't think he had his best command. He didn't look right. The ball wasn't coming out of his hand right. But you look up on the board and there's a 0. And that's what pitching is, finding a way to get it done even when everything's not perfect. And a lot of times it is perfect with Kevin Segras, but he had a walk and a hit, got away with a pitch, but still got the job done.
Here's the pitch hitter, Andrew Toles. 2 outs, the 0-1 pitch. Foul ball. Broxton throwing hard here tonight. Isn't it funny when you watch a reliever and you would know quite well? I mean, one night you fight it, like you said, with Segras, and then another night, like Broxton comes in here and just, he's got a live arm, a little extra zip.
And there's no rhyme or reason to it. You might not even feel good. There may be days where, you know, maybe you're just a little lethargic, but somehow the ball just pops out of your hand, and it's just one of those days.
The ball is really jumping out of his hand right now.
And it's not just velocity, it's hop.
And we watch every game, every pitch, and you can see it visually. You just see it come out of the hand a little bit differently. Only the 7th pitch in this inning by Broxton. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
In fact, I've been thinking a lot about Trevor Rosenthal, and I know we've talked a lot about his command issues, and he's working his way back to being the guy that he's going to be comfortable with. Mike Matheny's going to be comfortable with late in games, but I don't think it's just command. I think there's some times where the velocity is there, but the hop's not. There's something about it coming out of his hand straighter.
That's a fair ball. Diving stop, Jerko. Oh, what a play by Jed Jerko. Takes the extra base hit away from Toles, and a nice round of applause. Well, Ricky, you mentioned it earlier in the telecast. The defense of Jed Jerko has coincided with the outstanding offense that he's had.
Well, if you're going to ask me what his best position is based on what I've seen this week, it's third base. Wow, has he been good. Going to his left, and this time to his right on the dive, pops up, strong throw. He's got a good arm too, and probably what, 80% of runners he gets on that.
Plus, he's Toles hitting from the left side, gets down the line, and right-handed batter, he may have gotten him.
Let's put it this way, you and me are out
by 10 feet. 15.
Well, let's put it this way, we're not making contact first, so we're out before it even starts.
Toles is a threat to run. Broxton knows that. We're back to the top of the lineup, and Chase Utley, who has doubled inside the first base line and scored in the first inning. Popped out to Yadier Molina, grounded out to second, flied out to right. The only inning in which the Cardinals did not deal with a base runner was back in the second. Dodgers have stranded 10 on the night. They've out hit the Cardinals 12-3, but yet here we are tied 2-2. Here's a 1-0 pitch. On its way to Utley. Spinning from that ball. 2-0. apparently didn't like the call. 2 balls and a strike. We talk about it all the time. The element of speed in the game of baseball, how it pertains to the pitcher. Sometimes you rush.
Oh, yeah. And you don't have to rush a lot. Sometimes it's rushing just a little bit that will change your arm angle and will make a pitch that's down on the knees, belt high instead, and then you got a different problem. Try to be quick to the plate, but you can't forget to get the release point right.
Runner goes. Foul ball.
Dan, I don't know if you remember, and it's been years now. I don't remember when the slide step started, but it's in recent memory. I mean, I say recent for those of us old enough to have that kind of memory, but I don't believe there was anybody slide stepping in the 70s. I think it was maybe early 80s, mid 80s, and the thought at the time was it's a bad thing to do. Most pitching coaches would say, don't do that.
Because you rush?
Because you're going to make a bad pitch to the plate. We don't care about the steal of the base. We care about the pitch to the plate. Now, of course, the running game has been controlled much better because of the slide step, and pitchers have learned how to adjust.
Tolles running again. Got him with a changeup. Good work by Broxton. The Dodgers strand another runner. That's 11 on the night. Top of the lineup coming up. Bud Light, raise 1-2 right now. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. Our very own Tony West with that shot. St. Louis University and the lights that are on throughout St. Louis. Cardinals stranded, the bases loaded back in the 7th. They've got Pham, Diaz, Piscotty against Joe Blanton, longtime veteran of Major League Baseball, now working out of the pen for Los Angeles.
Talked about the restructuring of the Dodger bullpen early on, that others have come in and filled voids, and this is one of the guys that has done it. The veteran has been very stingy in the bullpen. Never felt like he was an overpowering guy. He just finds ways to get outs. Very kind of simple right-handed delivery, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely.
There it is. Here it comes.
Last couple of years with Kansas City, I remember when he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, they talked about the starting 5 of the Phillies being the greatest of the recent generation of baseball players. Roy Halladay was on that, Cole Hamels, Roy Oswalt. A lot of talk that Chris Sale may join Cole Hamels with Texas. One of the rumors floating out there as we near the trade deadline. You'll hear plenty of those.
You're going to get Chris Sale. You better back up the truck and load it up with a whole bunch of prospects.
I was reading a thing today that said There was a national writer that if you get a guy like Sale, it's going to be a Herschel Walker type deal. If you compare that in the NFL and what Jimmy Johnson did in retooling his team for the Dallas Cowboys, because the pitching market free agent wise is very slim. The 2-2. That's well hit. Right center. This ball is caught in center field by Jock Peterson, and that takes a triple away from Tommy Pham.
Wow, that's a nice play in any situation, but when you're talking about the bottom of the 8th inning, it's especially good. Dives on the warning track, has it in his sights, you can tell, but he still has to show some athleticism and hang on with the fall. That's a nice play.
Aledmys Diaz with one of 3 Cardinal hits. This is back in the 3rd. This is the only base hit of the 3 that got to the outfield. Nissan drive of the game. Here by Peterson, his 2nd of the year, that allowed Pham to score. Cardinals took a 2-1 lead. Showing bunt, drops down a beauty. Diaz is aboard. This guy is something. He is something.
Every day we watch him, he becomes more and more and more of a complete player. And bunting now can be added to the repertoire of Aledmys Diaz. Perfectly executed. Love to watch him run the bases. He runs hard every time. And I think next on the list for him, Dan, I've talked about it a few times the last couple of weeks, I think stolen bases is his next hurdle.
Smart player too.
Yeah, I agree.
Well schooled, playing in the national team in Cuba. Here was the hero last night in the 8th. Now it's Stephen Piscotty tonight in the 8th. The Cardinals were down 5-1 last night. They pick up 4 in the 8th, 3 with one swing of the bat to tie it up. Just over the outstretched glove of Jankowski. And a huge blast off the bat of Stephen Piscotty.
It's a drama to it, didn't it? Just barely made it over the wall. Jankowski with the effort.
One of the great moments this season here at Busch Stadium. Here's an 0-1. Well, here's a good example of the slide step. Joe Blanton is using that right now.
Remember the Cincinnati Reds and the Expos, 2 teams that used it a lot early on, and others would do it, but you're trying to control the running game. The hard part is to make sure you turn enough so that you still have enough of your lower half in the throw. You don't want to just throw all arm, so you have to turn quickly and then go.
Piscotty, fly ball, deep left, and it'll stay in the ballpark. Tagging up Diaz from first to second. Again, the smarts of Aledmys Diaz. Puts himself in scoring position. Steven almost did it again.
The smarts of Diaz. Long fly ball. If it's out, I'm going to score anyway. And there's Bill Miller. I love that view. Smartly telling Piscotty, you wait right there. Do not pass the runner. Because if you do that, we've got a bigger problem. And that's a great look at Bill Miller doing what a first base coach has to do to direct traffic. When the runner is tagging up at first, Piscotty cannot pass him or he's out. There's Miller. He comes in. Hold on. And Diaz, with the speed, gets there safely.
And Bill has to make sure and not touch the runner too.
That's a no-no.
Well, it's his bobblehead night. Here's Holliday. Runner at second, Diaz. Good cut by Holliday. He's flied to right. He is struck out and grounded out. Couple of home runs, 5 for 16 against this right-hander.
Acted as if that was a pitch he thought he could handle from Blanton. By his reaction, feels like he missed it. Now don't get frustrated. Get back in there. Look for another one.
Seung-Hwan Oh is loose and ready to go. Will it be a safe situation when he takes them out? The 0-1-2 Holiday. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1 pitch on its way. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Dodgers will have Seager, Turner, Gonzalez, 2, 3, and 4 in their lineup coming up in the top of the ninth. Go ahead run at second base. 2-2 our score here in the bottom of the 8th.
At this point, you'd have to say that Jock Peterson playing right center has been a game saver.
No doubt.
For the Dodgers.
The 1-2 to Holiday.
Both managers checking their cards, always on hand. How to use their assets late in the game to pull one out.
The 2-2 in the dirt. And when Blanton has been missing, he's missing by a lot. And it's almost as if he's saying, I'm okay if I walk Holiday to deal with Matt Adams. Nobody throwing in the pen. You would think Dave Roberts would think about the lefty to face Matt Adams, because on the bench for the Cardinals you have Rosario or Hazelbaker.
A couple of left-handers remaining out there for Roberts too.
3-2 is hit out to center, but right at Peterson. The play by Jock Peterson and right center. What a play it was. Looking forward to the post-game show, and Seung-Hwan Oh takes over. Oh has had a terrific season for the Cardinals. 48 appearances, the ERA under 2. Only 13 walks to 65 strikeouts. Seager, Turner, Gonzalez. Corey Seager with 4 hits tonight, 4 for 4, all singles. So this is the Hyundai pitch arsenal for the right-hander. Fastball, slider, split finger, and curve. Fly ball, center field. Pham going back, plenty of room. 1 away. This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. You watch O pitch, you see a small sample size, and now you've seen a pretty large sample size. What do you take away?
Well, yeah, I think you start to understand what he's trying to do to attack a hitter. He's going to use a fastball off the plate a little bit and try to get you out with sliders. His slider's good. His fastball's good, too, for that matter. And not overpowering guy, but he's got that pop we're talking about, that little extra hop. Guys have a hard time, I think, picking up the ball out of his hand. I think that's his real secret. Hides the ball well.
Go back to the at-bat to end the bottom of the 8th, and it's another hard hit ball line drive off the bat of Holiday, and that has been the story of his season here at home.
Sure has been. He has hit into hard luck a lot, and you know, there's that stat that sabermetricians will sometimes use called BABIP.
Out to center. Pham going back at the wall, and it's gone. Justin Turner is red hot, and it continues at the worst time for the Cardinals tonight. 3-2 Dodgers. Second hit of the night. And since June 13th, that's now 13 home runs to lead the major leagues.
Well, I saw his home runs that he hit off of Strasburg yesterday, and he hit some pretty good pitching yesterday, and O has been stingy too. That pitch down middle of the plate, and Turner hits it to straightaway center field. There's the power, perfectly timed.
Here's Adrian Gonzalez. Kenley Jansen up and throwing. No balls, 2 strikes. Just the second home run allowed by Seung-Hwan Oh this year. And a strikeout of Adrian Gonzalez. So 2 outs. And it brings in Howie Kendrick, who is homered. That was back in the 6th to tie it up at 2.
One other thing I've noticed about O and his mound demeanor, he always seems very much in command and in control and confident. You don't really see a lot of change of expression and emotion. He's just very businesslike in the way he approaches his job. And I've enjoyed connection with him, you know, through Eugene, because we don't really communicate without Eugene being around, but he just seems very open to talking about the game, talking about being a major leaguer, and very open about what he tries to do as a pitcher. He's really an interesting interview, even though you're not necessarily getting it firsthand.
Eugene is Stone Buddha Jr.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I just started it because every time I look at Eugene when O is in a game, very stoic. There he is.
He's competing, isn't he?
He is. See Derek Lilliquist talking with him, and I'm sure that conversation with Eugene and Seung-Hwan Oh will take place after the game. And a called third strike. Kendrick didn't like it. The home run by Turner. Dodgers on top. Kenley Jansen. He's now had relief appearances in 39 of his 43 appearances, 28 of 32 at save opportunities. He's a good one. Dodgers franchise record for saves with career number 162. Rescue number 162 back on the 20th of June. That surpassed Eric Gagne. So Matt Adams, who's torched the Dodgers in the past, a chance to do it again.
Coming into this game, Jansen, like Seung-Hwan Oh, allowing just one home run on the season. Does not walk a lot of batters. He's only walked 7. Gets a lot of strikeouts. Not going to be easy.
First pitch to Adams. And a strike.
He's not Mariano Rivera. But the pitching style reminds me, with the cutter, as effective as it is for Jansen, it's just so hard to center it with the bat.
Converted to a pitcher, former position player. Wears number 74, and he's a good one. Adams in the hole, 0-2. Molina on deck. And then Jed Jerko. Cardinals can get anybody on. See a pinch hitter for Seung-Hwan Oh. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Outfield extremely deep. The 1-2. Just got a piece.
Outfielders very deep again for Adams. And how about how the shift has changed over time on Matt Adams? You do not see 3 guys on the right side of the infield the way we've seen in the past.
Two and 2 the count. He's worked it full. Three-two pitch. Adams, a ground ball, hit sharply to first. Gonzalez to Jansen for the out. So he gets the first out here in the bottom of the ninth with the Dodgers leading 3-2, and it brings in Yadier Molina.
Love to see the Cardinals get a base runner aboard for a shot for Jeremy Hazelbaker, perhaps, as a pinch hitter. So that's the scenario. Hazelbaker, two-run home run into the Cardinals bullpen. You have a great call. Fans go crazy.
And then we go home.
And then we go home and we do it again tomorrow. Kind of anticlimactic the way you described the bottom of the ninth there, but I feel you.
Molina, fly ball, left center. 2 down. Justin Turner, a former Met, and was really for the longest time just kind of a bit player.
Yeah, very much so.
Not anymore. 2 for 5 tonight. Solo home run off of an 0 to give the Dodgers this 3-2 lead. Two outs, nobody on, and it's Jed Jerko. Jerko, did he tie it? You bet he did! Down to their final out! Why not cap off this week by tying it up? 12th home run of the year! Jerko and the Cardinals tied 3-3 with LA.
Holy smokes. That ball was smoked. The crowd responds. What a moment again at Busch Stadium. Jerko again, a big fly off one of the toughest closers in all of baseball. Unbelievable.
And now it's Hazelbaker with that chance to win it. Pinch hitting for O. Jed Jerko has tied this game up.
Be ready, Cardinals bullpen.
Unbelievable week for Jed Jerko. The 0-1. 0-2.
Two home runs now allowed by O this season, and now 2 by Kenley Jansen. Incredible.
The 0-2 pitch. Good cut. And that was a pitch to hit, too. Sometimes you'll see these left-handed batters against that good cutter. Gets in enough. You just flare that ball over the shortstop's head, and then Jeremy Hazelbaker, with his speed, can put himself in scoring position.
Fair to say that Jed Jerko is seeing the ball well right now?
Oh, man. It's incredible. The 0-2 pitch.
Oh, another good cut at an 0-2 pitch. Far too much of the plate. 0-2.
The 0-2. And Hazelbaker waves at it and strikes out. But Jedd Gyorko and the Cardinals down to their final out. He homers off of Jansen, the all-star closer. Like I said the other day, it's Jedd's world. We're all just living in it. Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. Another great moment here at the ballpark. Jedd Gyorko with 2 outs, nobody on against Jansen. Picks up a game-tying home run in the bottom of the 9th. Last night, with the score of 5-2, Stephen Piscotty tied it up in the 8th. Diaz eventually walked it off with his base hit. And moments ago, Jedd Gyorko, a no-doubter. And another curtain call.
Unbelievable, Dan. I cannot tell you how excited this crowd was. I'm not sure I can do it justice. That moment came out of nowhere, but I guess we shouldn't be surprised with the way Gyorko's played this week.
It's 5 home runs in his last 5 games. I don't care what anybody else is doing. He's the player of the week in the National League.
I thought you were going to say the Hungo Award winner.
Well, that's a given.
Okay.
And if he's not getting the Hungo tonight, something's wrong. So Matt Bowman is in to pitch. Yasmani Grandal. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Bowman, one of the pitchers mentioned as potentially the starter on Sunday. So that list gets more narrow and more narrow as we speak. And one of the reasons you don't decide is, what if this game goes 15 innings and you use Bowman for 3 and Tyler Lyons for 2? Then that changes what decision you might make for Sunday.
Agreed. The 2-2 pitch. Right now, you're Mike Matheny, you're Derek Lilliquist. You're saying no walks.
I think you're also saying, can you believe that home run that Gyorko just hit? You've got to be thinking that too, aren't you?
Oh, yeah.
Got to enjoy that moment a little.
Change up on the 3-2.
You're going to pitch at the big league level, you better have a changeup that you can throw in any count. The split finger change from Bowman, perfectly executed, got his man. If a hitter can eliminate what pitch you might throw based on the count, he has an advantage. You have to keep him guessing.
Now Jock Peterson. Think about where we've come in this season to where this is a very important game. Both sides 3-3 top of the 10th, and it's Matt Bowman, the Rule 5 pickup, pitching in this game. And the 1-0 pitch. At one point he was kind of your long man. He'd come in blowouts, and now he comes in with games on the line. 2-0 the count.
1 point before that, he was a AAA pitcher not having a very good season, and the Cardinals saw something in him. I mean, he was pitching in a hitter's ballpark, but the Cardinals thought, you know what, I think this guy can pitch at the big league level. I think he has the stuff to be a reliever. And sure enough, that foresight brought him to the spring training bevy of starters and relievers that we saw down there. I mean, there's pitchers all over the place, but Matt Bowman is the Rule 5 guy stuck. And he keeps getting better and better.
The 2-1 pitch. Inside, 3-1. Cardinals have Garcia at the top of the lineup, looking ahead to the bottom of the 10th. 3-2 the count.
One of the things I liked about the game yesterday was the Cardinals got to do that great hop fun thing on the field with the walk-off, and sometimes the emotion of that galvanizes a team and energizes a team. They want to do it again. Let's do it again. And I hope and I think that's the feeling going on in the Cardinals dugout right now.
A 3-2 pitch. Held on to by Molina. Strikeout for Bowman. Comes back to get him.
This time it's the slider from Bowman. Down and in. Molina hangs on. Peterson swings over top.
Jed Jerko, last 5 games, 10 for 17. 2 more hits here tonight. 5 home runs, 8 RBI. Not a bad week. Here's Scott Van Slyke with 2 outs. The 1-0 pitch to Van Slyke. Hit into center, right on the button, but right at Tommy Pham. Last night, the Cardinals, well, let's all do the hop. And they did, thanks to Aledmys Diaz. He's coming up. It's 3-3 here in St. Louis. For the Dodgers, this is our Chevy call to the pen. Pitch yesterday, 2/3 of an inning, gave up a couple of hits. Average against him is 246. Right-handers is 231. And the Cardinals left Garcia, Pham, and Diaz coming up here in the bottom of the 10th.
Coleman, another one of those resurrection projects in the Dodgers bullpen. He's had a nice season. A lot of his career was with Kansas City, up and down in a number of years, but game on the line, no room for error. 9-1-2 for St. Louis, which means you have to go through Aledmys Diaz. And anybody on base, that means Stephen Piscotty. So a lot of hope, as far as I'm concerned, for the bottom of the 10th inning.
Greg Garcia, first pitch, a strike. You can see why lefties would hit a little better against a guy that's throwing from 3/4 or below. Be very tough on right-handers.
See the ball better coming right at you. No mystery in that, but if it's coming from behind you as a right-handed hitter, that can be tough.
1-1 strike on Garcia. Outfield is deep. The Cardinals have been out hit in this game 13-5. A key in this game, stranded runners. Dodgers have stranded 11. The Cardinals 5. No errors committed by the Cardinals tonight. One for the Dodgers that led to a run. The 2-1 pitch to Garcia. Ground ball foul. Two and two the count. Inside. Count runs full. Say it all the time. Garcia gives you that tough at bat.
Oh, he does. He works the count here. He's not afraid to let the ball hit him. I think he wanted that ball to hit him in the foot. He was ready for it. Matheny hoping for a run this inning, but he has to be thinking, how do I handle my bullpen the rest of the way? Do I go extra innings with Bowman? What about Lyons? What about Rosenthal?
It's not just on Sunday who starts. You know, that's the thing. You say, well, Tyler Lyons is going to be our guy that starts. Well, you can't go very deep with him. The one guy you were counting on potentially to give you some innings is Matt Bowman.
Well, you think about them both as being, say, both go 4-3. The two of them go 7, maybe.
Yeah.
3.5, 3 1/3, 3 2/3, something like that. Find a way to get through 7 with both of them, and you're fine.
Inside. Leadoff walk, Greg Garcia. Two of the 3 runs for the Cardinals tonight have come with the walk scoring. That was in the 3rd inning. Pham drew a walk. He's up now. Jerko as well. Jerko is homered tonight. And now you think about the potential of the bunt.
Sure.
Pham walked and scored in the 3rd, struck out, twice fly to center. Drops down a bunt that rolls foul.
Well, Pham squared a little late on that bunt attempt because Coleman quick pitched him. Coleman was smart, and Pham didn't see that coming. So I think that's what Chris Maloney's talking to Tommy Pham about right now. Hey, if you're going to bunt, get the bat out there earlier. Be ready for it. There's the pitch from Coleman. Comes set. And a bit of a slide step. There he goes. And the late kind of drastic movement from Tommy Pham. He didn't get the bat out far enough to keep that fair.
The 0-1 pitch to Tommy Pham. Bunting, foul. 0-2. Well, now he could swing away and hit a home run and send us home.
You have that sign? Flashing it to Chris Maloney. On to Pham. Here we go.
Garcia, your runner at first base. No balls and 2 strikes. 3-3 our score. The next to Pham. Ground ball left side. Out there on to first, and Pham is safe. What about in this situation, Rick, with Aledmys Diaz at the plate?
Hit and run.
You can think about that. You certainly think about early in a count, maybe letting Pham try to steal. Or do you not disrupt the rhythm that Diaz is in at the plate?
I think Diaz's rhythm is so wide right now, I don't think it makes any difference. I think he's bunting for hits. He's driving the ball. He's hitting the ball the other way. I mean, he's doing a lot of different things. So just go with what you think is best. If a hit and run's that call, go for it.
Pham is leading, not running, and the pitch is taken for a strike. A late call on Aledmys Diaz, who won the game last night.
I believe Mike Matheny thinks that was outside.
Piscotty on deck. The 0-1 pitch. So important. Strike one. Puts you in the hole. And now if you're Diaz, you feel you've got to protect.
Yeah, it was a borderline call, and I think if that's 1-0, maybe you do go with a hit and run. But when it's 0-1, you can't do it.
Outfield extremely deep. The 0-2 pitch to Diaz. Struck him out. It brings in Piscotty. Piscotty is 0 for 4 tonight. All kinds of room to the right side of the infield. Holiday is on deck. And a big gap in left center as well.
And again, the question is raised. Do you let Pham try to steal to get into scoring position? What do you have to lose? Piscotty would lead off the next inning. What you lose is the chance for Piscotty to hit a double and drive you in all the way from first base. So you weigh that, roll the dice, hope for the best.
Nasty pitch. Strike one on Stephen Piscotty.
Perhaps a running count here. 1-1. I guess the Dodgers know the running counts too.
The 1-1 pitch inside. Rarely do you see Piscotty expand his zone even with pressure spots. For such a young player, great understanding of the strike zone, what a pitcher's trying to do to him. Thinks through the at bat. Pham, your runner at first, and the 2-1 Piscotty. 2-2.
And that one not an expanded zone. It's just a nasty slider from Coleman. Boy, that's tough to square up. He was tough on Diaz. Now he's being tough on Piscotty. Almost has to throw that slider again, doesn't he?
Has to. The 2-2 to Piscotty. Well, Pham gets a running start here. Ball in the gap, even as deep as they are playing. He just might score. 3-2 with 2 outs. The 3-2. Just got a piece, but with the slider on 3-2.
Bedney repeats a slider. And here it comes.
The 3-2 pitch to Piscotty. Got him. We head to inning number 11. 3-3 are scored. Dodgers and Cardinals. Extra innings here in St. Louis. How did we get here? 9th inning. Justin Turner off of Seung-Hwan Oh. That made it 3-2. Kenley Jansen recorded the first 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. And then Jed Jerko tied it with 1 swing of the bat.
I think the number is correct. 13 straight games now for the Cardinals homering.
That's
at
right.
least once.
Took a while to get there tonight.
Waited till 8 2/3.
But they'll take it.
Oh, you bet.
Here's Chris Taylor. Really don't know about the availability of Puig, even if he could pinch hit.
Boy, he looked awful tender yesterday, pulling up on a ground ball. It was actually a different hamstring than the one he was on the DL with. He actually pulled the other hamstring. Not pulled it, but strained it.
1 home run this year with Seattle and the Dodgers. Chris Taylor. There's Puig hid behind Grandal in that dugout. Matt Bowman, second inning of work. He struck out 2. Picked up a line out off the bat of Van Slyke. So the Dodgers could be left to their backup catcher, A.J. Ellis. There's a fly ball lifted into center. That'll stay in the park. Austin Barnes and then Puig as well. Yasiel Puig.
Really been a mystery in some ways, hasn't he?
It's a great way to put it.
Yeah, just the talent, and you know, he's had a just a strange career, and you know there's more in there, and you're just not sure if it's ever going to come out or come back out, I should say.
Burst onto the scene. Good work by Bowman. So B.R. Chevy called to the pen. Tyler Lyons. Which adds a little bit more intrigue to Sunday.
The plot thickens, you might say?
Yes.
Number 70, Tyler Lyons.
Our guess was that Tyler would start on Sunday. You'd have to think that would more than likely eliminate that, depending how long he goes in this game. Everything's very fluid at this point.
And it normally is.
Chase Utley is 1 for 5 tonight with a run scored. Good breaking ball.
I'm very happy to see that. After Tyler's last appearance, he really struggled with his breaking ball. Got away with that appearance. Could have been a lot worse. But the slider was just spinning. He was having a hard time getting the right break.
Fastball and a strike 0-2. Well, we mentioned before Luke Weaver scheduled to start. Our understanding tomorrow at Springfield. You could make it a true bullpen game, but then you really are putting yourself in a tough spot because Cardinals don't have an off day for a while.
And we should say that's a name that, you know, honestly, just a name that we thought of out of pure speculation. But,
pure speculation.
But it's also based on how well he's pitching, dominating in Double-A, and there's no problem with bringing a guy up from Double-A in my mind. And there are other choices in Triple-A, and you know, Ponce de Leon has had a nice year, and then Jerome Williams has been signed for cases like this, and so there's a lot of other choices.
Utley pops it up. Molina throws the mass near the screen. Just enough room and a little smile for a fan. That made that fan's night. This is where, though, you really miss this time of the season a Tim Cooney, Marco Gonzalez.
Yeah, would have been ideal for a place like this. Your hot AAA starter. Meet Yadier Molina, young man. Hey, how you doing? I know you. How cool was that?
Love it. 2 outs and Corey Seager. Seager is 4 for 5 with an RBI tonight. The only man that got him out was O. The 0-1 pitch.
You and I haven't had a chance to talk about it, but I played summer baseball with his father.
Oh, did you really?
His father's from New York, neighboring high school, and we played on a summer league team together for a number of years, and I just found out within the last few months that Corey and Kyle were his kids. I had no idea.
And they have another one too that's in the minor leagues.
Yes, they do.
The umpires hearing it after that check swing did not go the Cardinals' way.
Should have.
The 2-1 pitch. Lyons backs off the mound, 2-2 with 2 outs, nobody on here in the top of the 11th. Is that a makeup call, Mr. Horton?
Maybe.
The 2-2 pitch. Fastball hit out to center field. Backing up, bam, he's got it. Good work by Bowman and Lyons so far here in extra innings. Matt Holliday, Matt Adams, Yadier Molina coming up.
Talked about a number of lefties in the bullpen for the Dodgers. Grant Dayton, another one. They have 4 left-handers in their bullpen. And we mentioned the bullpen for the Dodgers, second best in the National League behind the Washington Nationals. And we'll see if Mr. Dayton will give up a run here. And interesting that he's going to have to face a right-hander first in Matt Holliday. And it's his major league debut. 1 pitch, 1 home run. Major league debut. I wonder if that's ever been done. There are 13 players who've ever given up a home run on their first pitch in the big leagues. And the first National League player to ever do that, to give up a home run on his first pitch in the big leagues, you are sitting right next to him. That's hard to believe, isn't it? Somebody didn't do that.
Holliday on the first pitch, a strike. welcome to the big leagues. You're in a pennant race for the wild card major league debut. And oh, by the way, you get Matt Holliday in a 3-3 game here in the bottom of the 11th. The 0-2. Nearly hit him. Two balls, two strikes. Holliday is 0 for 4 tonight. Outfield extremely deep. The 2-2.
Boy, hard to keep your nerves, isn't it, with all those points you made about this moment for this young left-hander, including facing Matt Holliday. Now it's 3-2. That makes it worse. Just throw a strike.
Holliday bounces it left side, taken there by Turner. That's the first out. Here's Matt Adams.
First thought watching this left-hander for the first time, he doesn't appear to be overly nasty against lefties. Maybe he is, but he's a little more of a breaking ball that goes down, which might not pose as much of a problem to Adams as the sweeping kind of breaking ball. And Matt, I think, hits lefties pretty well.
The 0-1 pitch. Now 0-2. Yadier Molina on deck. Good cut. Well, Matt Adams has proven this year to hit lefties much better than he has in previous years. He's above 300. The 0-2. The 1-2 pitch taken high, 2-2.
Left-hander Dayton, 6 years in the minor leagues, and he has been a reliever for the most part. Has an ERA under 3 cumulatively, and still took him 7 years to get to the big leagues.
Adams hits it the other way. Ball is sinking, but carries all the way to Howie Kendrick. It brings in Yadier Molina.
see Molina get on with Babe Ruth on deck.
About sums it up for Jed Jerko. Ball 1-2, Yadier Molina.
Where's number 3?
Hitting home runs. Can't get him out.
Probably likes hot dogs and steak, all those other things that Babe liked.
Good cut by Molina. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I don't know if Babe Ruth was good at ping pong and chess, though, and I understand that Jerko is very good at both. I would somehow doubt that Babe Ruth spent a lot of time playing chess.
I can say with
Just
certainty that he's not as good a video game player as Jed.
Well, that's for sure.
Two and 1 the count. This lefty certainly doesn't seem to be phased.
No, he doesn't.
The 2-2 pitch. Right on it. Some fans may be wondering why we're talking about the Sunday starter, and it's because of the doubleheader the Cardinals played, so that's why you would need the additional starter. The 2-2. Molina hits it down the left field line. It's hooking and foul.
But Yadi was going to go into a little Carlton Fisk moment there. The ball was headed towards that foul pole. And your point, Dan, with 2 pitchers starting on the same day, that means in no off days, somebody's going to have to pitch on short days rest, and you really don't want to do that right now at this point in the season.
The 2-2. Molina chops it to third. Turner across the diamond. Cardinals go 1-2-3. We enter the 12th, 3-3. Here at the top of the 12th. And it brings in Justin Turner. Lions got the final 2 outs in the bottom of the 11th. Ending in a third by Matt Bowman. A game in which Michael Walker started with 6 innings. The starter for the Dodgers, Brandon McCarthy, 6 1/3. A solo home run by Turner back in the 9th. That gave the Dodgers a short-lived lead. Jedd Gyorko tied it up in the bottom half with 2 outs and nobody on. 3-3 our score here in the top of the 12th. Also single to left back in the 3rd.
One of the things we saw in the game here last night, Dan, is you might not start in the game, but you might become the key figure in the game before it's over. That happened with Stephen Piscotty, who came in late, hit the 3-run home run. Also happened with Hazelbaker, came in late to the game. Off the bench, Colton Wong had a hit late.
Rounder that's hit to short. There's Diaz. 1 away.
And it's surely true of the bullpen. All of a sudden the game's in Tyler Lyons' hands. You come to the ballpark today, you never know when it's your day to be the guy, but he is front and center right now.
Another option for the Cardinals. Now, they've been pretty steadfast in saying it wouldn't happen. Would be Carlos Martinez on Sunday. He threw 89 pitches in his start in game 1 of the doubleheader, so time will tell. Here's Adrian Gonzalez, 0 for 4 with a walk tonight.
I got it.
Eugene.
That's another one. Hadn't thought about him. That's not where I was going, but that's a good thought, Dan. Very good. Outside the box thinking.
Yeah.
Jedd Gyorko.
Well, he's done everything else.
That's what I'm thinking.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Boy, that breaking ball is tough on a left-handed hitter.
See Gyorko go out there on Sunday, throw 5 innings.
Exactly.
8 strikeouts.
Throwing about 97. Comes up, hits a couple of home runs. 0-2 pitch. Went with it again and strikes out Gonzalez. Blocked by Molina. 2 down.
The breaking pitch for Lyons has such tight spin. You see it. You just can't believe it's going to break that quickly and that sharply. Also has late break too. Sometimes it'll spin up there and then it just darts down and away. Very deceptive.
So 2 outs here in the top of the 12th. Howie Kendrick. Little tapper that is a foul ball. Kendrick, a home run in this game to tie it at 2. That was in the 6th. Hit it down the right field line. Cardinals will have Gyorko, then Lyons spot, and Greg Garcia. It's another aspect of this game with Lyons due up second. He'd be the one that could give you multiple innings here tonight if need be. You get your bullpen. You've used Siegrist. You've used now Lyons. You've used Broxton. We'll find out. Bowman has been used as well. Good work. And look who it is. He's coming up. Jed Jerko tied it up with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th and a solo home run.
It couldn't happen again, could it? Are we asking for too much?
Not right now.
Last 5 games, 5 home runs, 8 RBIs, plenty of hard hit balls.
First pitch, a strike to Jerko. No career walk-off home runs. He could change that here.
Tyler
0-2.
Lyons, by the way, with a bat in his hand.
Cardinals in their pen, left with Manus, Rosenthal, Sokolovich. 0-2 the count. And he struck him out. So Dayton has come in, the rookie making his major league debut, and got the first 4 he's seen.
The ball didn't make it around the infield. They threw it out because it was his first career strikeout in his debut, and he got the red hot Jed Jerko. No easy task.
So Tyler Lyons, the hitter. First pitch taken for a ball.
Tyler, you may remember, Dan, used to be a switch hitter. Clearly not doing that anymore, lefty against a lefty, but when he came to the big leagues, he would bat both ways.
Slowly hit up the first base line, a fair ball, and Gonzalez steps on the bag. Look at our game summary. 3-3 our score, Dodgers and Cardinals, as we play here in the bottom of the 12th. And the first pitch to Garcia, taken for a ball. And it hits Garcia, leans into the pitch, and the winning run is on base. He just has a knack for it, huh?
Yes, he does. It won't hurt that much.
Not at all. Just caught the jersey. Here is Tommy Pham. He scored the winning run last night. Check on Garcia.
I would think Chris Maloney would be very aggressive if Pham was able to plug a gap in sending Garcia. So probably not going to steal here, but you're going to want to get as big a lead as possible in case Pham does hit a double. Wouldn't that be a fun mad dash home?
The 0-1 pitch to Tommy Pham. Short lead at first. Fastball taken inside.
One of the many things I love about the game of baseball is how it ebbs and flows. The energy of the game, the excitement of moments, and then it kind of lulls, and then it comes back again, and it builds in an extra inning game to who knows what's going to happen.
The 1-1. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Diaz on deck.
But part of that ebb and flow from the point of view of a reliever on the road is it's always pressure packed because you are 1 pitch away from losing. Always.
The 1-2 to Pham inside, 2-2. Tommy all the way back in the 3rd, scored on the air by Peterson. That made it 2-1. Dodgers tied it up, then took the lead. Cardinals 2 outs, bottom of the 9th, home run by Jed Jerko. The 2-2 struck him out. We head to the 13th. We're tied at 3.
Three Dodgers Cardinals. The Redbirds have been out hit 13-5 in this game. And it has been a long night here at the ballpark, but there's plenty of action ahead. Tyler Lyons back to work. He has gone an inning and 2/3 for St. Louis out of the bullpen, and both clubs running out of players as we go to the 13th. Lyons will have Grandal, Peterson, and Van Slyke in the top of the 13th.
Isn't that weird for you to say?
Van Slyke, oh yeah.
I mean, here's
very
a kid
much
that
so.
he grew up with him at the ballpark.
And Scotty.
Yeah. Time flies.
Been at his house for Thanksgiving and Christmas dozens of times.
Yeah. Neat. Yasmani Grandal, switch hitter. In terms of power, his lesser side is here. 13 home runs. Good pitch. Downward action there from Tyler Lyons.
Wonder if Andy is left yet, or if he's hanging on.
Three and one to count on Yasmani Grandal. Make it 3-2. Three-two pitch, and he walked him. So leadoff walk by Tyler Lyons to Grandal. We'll see a pinch runner coming in. It's Austin Barnes. So the go-ahead run is at first base. So left on the bench, A.J. Ellis, the backup catcher. He'll come into the game. And Yasiel Puig for the Dodgers. Lions would love the double play here. Jock Peterson at the plate. He's showing bunt. "13 home runs this season." Here we are in inning number 13. The Cardinals with only 5 hits. The Dodgers with 13. LA is stranded 11. Peterson gets the bunt down. Adams recovers, and Garcia at the bag at first.
Wow, that was an odd bunt, wasn't it? Almost self-defense, but it got the job done. Good thing the Cardinals were alert defensively to get an out. The fastball's up and in, and he almost fell backwards getting that bunt down. Lions can't get it. Adams can, with Garcia covering.
Pedro Baez, a right-hander, throwing in the pen now for Los Angeles. And here is Scott Van Slyke. And Puig is moved to the on-deck circle.
Remember a moment that Scott Van Slyke had against the Cardinals and Mark Zepchinski. A different lefty, a different day. He had a game winner early in his career.
Here's an 0-1 pitch. Make it 0-2. Something to think about here with the runner at second base. If you get Van Slyke, first base open, would you even pitch to Yasiel Puig?
You've got lefties behind him,
and he can't run.
He can't run, and he's struggling. A lot of factors. Again, we talked about you roll the dice. Puig's a very talented player, but he is struggling right now.
The 1-2 pitch. Back to Lyons. Looks back the runner. Underhands to first. And Austin Barnes stays put at second.
Well, we'll get to find out, won't we?
I think a big factor in this is that you would have a lefty-lefty matchup, and the fact that Puig with the hamstring, you know, you're talking about walking a guy that can't necessarily run. But the other side of that too is that, as you say, he's struggling.
Saw Mike Matheny point to his head, which basically means think about it and make sure. And he said that to Yadier Molina, not to Tyler Lyons, because he wanted Yadi to bring the message here, and I think he's basically leaving it up to these guys to decide how they're going to do it. And I think sometimes you have to do that too. You have to let the players feel the moment. The Lyons knows what he's capable of, and Yadi's catching him, and they're gonna know some things that even Mike Matheny doesn't know right now about the feel for the moment. And we'll see how it works. Looks like they're going to pitch to him.
So Puig with the tying run at second base. Austin Barnes, first pitch, a strike. They have met before. And Puig has a home run against Lyons.
If this was 3 years ago, I don't even think we'd be talking about this. It would be obvious.
One ball, one strike. Molina sets up way outside. Popped up. Lyons. Nice work out of the pen. It's another chance to win it. Diaz, Piscotty, Holiday coming up. How do we get here? First inning, first two reached. That drives in Utley, made it 1-0 Los Angeles. Third inning, Aledmys Diaz at the plate. That was the only hit that McCarthy gave up. It would score Colton Wong and also Tommy Pham after the error by Peterson. That made it 2-1. In the sixth, Howie Kendrick, home run hit down the right field line. That ties it up at 2. We jump ahead to the ninth inning against Seung-Hwan Oh. Justin Turner with this home run to center. And then with 2 outs, nobody on, left for dead against Kenley Jansen, Jed Jerko would homer for the Cardinals. And his home run would tie this game up. Here's Pedro Baez. Baez cannot see the signals.
Just put them up and just raise your right hand or your left hand. We promise we won't look.
Don't think it works that way. Three our score. Diaz, first pitch, out to left center. Caught.
Oh my.
gave it a ride. And Baez just takes a deep breath.
Oh my, he just got underneath that. Well, that's a moment that didn't happen. Almost happened. Underneath it. I think Diaz thought he might have gotten it.
Agreed. And now Piscotty. One out. First pitch taken for a ball at 97.
We talked about the two young shortstops in this game and how they are among the great crop of National League shortstops who are rookies, and they have not disappointed in this game. Diaz a couple of hits and almost gave us a thrill there. 4 hits for Corey Seager for the Dodgers. They both played very well in this game and all season long.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Stephen Piscotty.
Baez was one of those guys who was supposed to be a bit more of a late inning guy for the Dodgers and didn't start out very well.
The 2-0 pitch. Piscotty with a fly ball. Near the line and right. Van Slyke is over and makes the catch. Nice play, Scott Van Slyke.
That's a pretty good play for a guy with a bad back, by the way. Or he's coming back from that. And we've seen with Alan Craig, we've seen it with outfielders, when you run into a wall like that, you're in a bit of a vulnerable position. You're trying to catch the ball, but the bottom half of your body, the wall doesn't give. Nice play. What'd you say about the bobblehead guy who's been hitting into bad luck, hard luck, maybe deserves something, a big moment?
Good cut. The 0-1 pitch to Holiday. One ball, one strike on the Cardinals left fielder. Gonzalez giving chase, and it's out of play.
We're just starting to get conditioned to late inning heroics and late inning home runs, aren't we?
Yep.
And
7th inning or later, this team has been terrific.
I'm not really sure how good we are 13th inning or later. But that we're a little in uncharted territories there. We may see Jerko pitch this game.
One ball and two strikes.
I would think he would be the logical pitcher in the case you needed to have an infielder pitch.
One-two pitch, struck him out. The longest game of the year continues innings-wise as we head to the 14th. Tied at 3. Two and 2/3. His longest outing of the season was against Seattle. Really a good outing for him. 4 and 2/3 back on the 25th of June. And he allowed just 1 hit in that appearance. Chase Utley, Corey Seager, and then we'll see Turner. Utley a double back in the first inning, scored the first run of this game. 3-3 our score. First pitch taken low. Edging closer to the hour of midnight here in St. Louis. And the 1-0 pitch. Jerko is playing in at third. A little bit of a shift on the infield. That's well hit. Into right center field. On the move, Piscotty, and he's got it. Makes the catch on the track. The first out here in the top of the 14th.
Stephen Piscotty takes very good routes on fly balls. You very rarely see him be off in terms of the routes that he takes to get the ball. I think he's as good a defensive right fielder. I'm not sure there are many better than him in the National League. I think he's been the Cardinals' best. Let's put it that way. Does a lot of things right.
Corey Seager at the plate. 1 out, nobody on.
By the way, I'm very happy to be doing this doubleheader with you.
I was just going to say I didn't think the Cardinals were anticipating 2 doubleheaders this week.
And you and I get to be together. Isn't this
great?
Peachy.
Line drive into right. Piscotty.
Might be 3 before it's over, so be ready.
What did Joaquin Andujar always say?
There's one word about the game of baseball, and that word is you never know. I miss Joaquin.
2 outs, nobody on. Justin Turner, his home run in the 9th, gave the Dodgers at that point a 3-2 lead. Cardinals tied it up in the bottom to make it 3-3. Turner with a fly ball. And a 1-2-3 for Tyler Lyons. Another chance to win it when we come back. As they pipe in a little Van Halen to keep the fans entertained.
Work for you and me.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow, that was terrible.
All right, here's Big City. 3-3 our score here in the bottom of the 14th.
J.P. Howell, the new lefty, another lefty in their bullpen. And the only pitcher we have not seen for the Dodgers is Luis Avilan, who's also a lefty.
And he's pitched in the last 2 games for the Dodgers.
And that's why we've not seen him yet. So this may be last man standing for LA.
Inning and 2/3 2 days ago. Walked a man last night. Also hit a man. So now it's Howell. And the first pitch taken for a ball by Matt Adams. Wherever you may be, we hope you're enjoying Cardinals baseball here tonight. Always a pleasure to be able to bring it to you. Bottom of the 14th, we're tied up at 3.
I'd say the Cardinals have more innings right now than the Dodgers do.
Agreed.
And more options. Both teams down to their backup catcher, A.J. Ellis, for the Dodgers.
Well, Howell, this is his 3rd game in a row. Pitched a 1/3 of an inning at Washington yesterday and a full inning the day before. One ball and 2 strikes on Matt Adams. And he struck him out. Molina and then Jed Jerko against J.P. Howell here in the bottom of the 14th.
Just wonder as the game gets on for hitters if the bat doesn't get a little heavier, the legs a little heavier. Just wonder if that's not an advantage for relief pitchers who come in and are for the most part still strong.
That's hit up the middle. Tough play, no throw, and Molina is aboard. You know, Rick, there were some suggestions on Twitter to have you start Sunday.
And I read them.
Did you see what the individual wrote? I'll bring the neck brace in the ice.
Oh, I missed that one. I missed that one. I'd probably have that guy blocked. And another infield hit for Yadier Molina.
Oh, man. They're tough out there, aren't they?
Sometimes the truth hurts.
Here's Jed Jerko. He tied it up in the bottom of the ninth with 2 outs and nobody on. It made this a 3-3 game. He wouldn't do it again, would he? He's as good a choice as anybody.
He'd be the logical choice for sure. And there's a Rosario, Alberto Rosario, in the on-deck circle.
Cardinals out of position players once Rosario hits. Trevor Rosenthal is throwing in the pen for the Cardinals.
Would you guess Rosario would catch?
It's a good call.
If he was going to catch, you might think about pinch running for Yadier Molina right
you're
now.
out of,
or with a Mike Leake. Or Carlos Martinez.
thinking that earlier when I motioned to you about that. Certainly could do it. Another aspect of this too is that you could keep Molina in the game to play at first.
Correct.
Double switch with Adams.
Correct. Well, there is something about games like this that become fun because you're not used to them, and there's a little extra adrenaline that players draw on. Yes, the bat gets heavier and the legs get heavier, but you know, this is a game of will too, and these guys are so sharp mentally that they find ways.
2-1 on Jed Jerko. He's done a lot of damage, if not most of the damage, with the fastball, and now he's in a hitter's count. Two and two the count on Jed Jerko. Puts the ball in play. Out at second. That's all they'll get. So they do get the lead runner. Rosario being pulled back, and Lyons will hit again.
So what that was is not Rosario coming in to pinch hit.
Which then indicates why you did not pinch run for Yadier Molina.
But it could also, well, it also could be, it could have been a decoy more than anything else.
Absolutely.
But the other possibility would be that if Jerko hit a double there, maybe you do pinch hit Rosario.
Sure.
So you don't have to decide till it's time. The wheels are definitely turning, but you're out of turns to make.
So 2 outs and a runner at first. The pitcher, Lyons. He grounded out his first time up to first. The Dodgers will have Gonzalez, Kendrick, and Barnes coming up.
Lyons hits a home run, I'm walking home.
You can hear Tim Garcia, who's helping us in the back, going, please hit a home run, please hit a home run. Would you do it? I will hold you to it.
I would do it. Maybe not tonight, but I'd do it some night.
Tonight.
What would I do with my car, Dan?
Don't worry about it.
You get it there for me?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Oh, shoot.
Ground ball that's hit to second. So many greats have said, let's play inning number 15.
Good morning.
What a tease.
I'm interested.
I've caught you at fantasy camp. I'm not sure we'd want to go to the direction of Rick Horton.
No. Nope. But how about this direction? Tyler Lyons has been awesome. Came in pumping strikes right out of the gate and has gone 3 2/3 innings, and really not a lot of balls hit hard off of Tyler Lyons, and he's back out for some more.
So 3 2/3, his longest outing again, 4 2/3. That was against Seattle. We always give you trouble, and you had a great career.
Nah, I was on some good teams, frankly.
Well, three World Series appearances, one with the Dodgers, a couple with the Cardinals that you appeared in.
I was average with a pretty good job to have, and I'm thankful for it.
Here's a 1-1 pitch to Gonzalez. There's strike 2, 1-2.
The thing that any ex-player will tell you is they never got to play long enough, because it happens fast. You're going to play. It's a job for kids in your 20s, and then you're in your 30s, and you start thinking about something else. For most players.
Sitting next to me.
Right.
What a bonus, huh?
Oh, that's been good too.
A lot of fun. 2-2. Gonzalez, soft liner hit to second, and Garcia makes the catch.
Left fielder Howie Kendrick.
Here's Howie Kendrick. Kendrick with a fly ball. Deep right center. Piscotty, no. Pham makes the catch. At that situation the other night in left center. And Pham makes the catch, and there's 2 down.
Communication has not been great with Cardinal outfielders, as both of them, and you hate to see Piscotty getting into a situation where he almost has a collision. He's been there before. And they're just not hearing each other. Now, Dan, there's not 40,000 people here right now. has to be a louder yell, perhaps. I mean, there's something that's happened in left center. It's happened in right center. Cardinals are going to need to figure that one out.
So 2 outs. Austin Barnes warming up in the bullpen for the Dodgers. Old nemesis Bud Norris, who was picked up in a trade. He was working in their rotation, so Bud Norris would get some work here tonight potentially. Here's the 0-1 pitch. And a fly ball lifted out to shallow left. Diaz, can he get there? Collides with Holiday. Throw to second and save. Garcia did not mention or motion to the dugout to take a look at this. The Cardinals will, though. You know that. Whether it be with the tag or sliding off the bag.
I'm looking at left field and just thankful that both Holiday and Diaz are fine on a play that they almost collide on. There's the slide. They slide into each other, and where's the ball? On the ground. Holiday picks it up cleanly. There's the throw and the tag. And the question is, does he come off the bag? His hand's in there, right there, so he avoids the tag. And then when the tag's on him, where's the hand? Part of his body's still on the bag, it looks like. Or, yep. Well, worth a look.
Old Abner Doubleday, he drew it up just like this. Get to the top of the 15th and let's have a review.
Now, you know it was Alexander Cartwright, though, that invented the game of baseball.
Here we go.
You do know that, right?
Yeah.
But we almost feel obligated to say Abner Doubleday because it's become tradition. So long credited for inventing the game. There's the play. Where's the tag? Where's the hand on the bag? He looks like the tag's later than the hand on the bag. The question is, does it stay on the bag?
You know what? I know it's past your bedtime. If you need to go home, go ahead.
You should have said that about 2 hours ago. You could have said the same sentence.
Actually, it was about 5 hours ago.
So you want to know more about Abner Doubleday?
No, I don't.
Do you know where he's buried?
I would say, because you know all about Virginia, it's in Virginia.
He's in Arlington Cemetery. Because he was a Civil War general. And part of the crediting for Doubleday inventing the game was the fact that a lot of players, a lot of soldiers in both the North and the South would play baseball as a getaway from, they didn't call it baseball at the time, they would play it as a getaway from the tough life that they lived and the battles they were involved in.
I'm not sure I saw the runner off the bag. I'm looking at it at the video board again. The best view we had was from our center field camera. Let's take another look here. Mike Matheny watching that as well. Well, now I look at that and I see potentially daylight.
Boy, I think he's safe. I don't know how you call him. Tag there. Where's the hand? Well, I don't know.
Right there, when the hand comes off, then the leg is on. This view here, watch the leg.
Okay, the hand's on. Now off. Where's the tag, though?
It is now 12:01 here in the middle of America. We'll play another game later tonight. So the call stands on the challenge. So 2 outs, runner at second. Jock Peterson at the plate. as a reliever. Tyler Lyons, we've talked about this a lot, really does a nice job. That's in his career. Opponents only hit .205 against him.
And that's coming into tonight, so those numbers have gotten better. And Tyler had not done a lot of relieving in the past. We talked a lot about that, he and I, in spring training, and that might be an option for him.
Hit out of play, 2 strikes.
His thoughts were he's going to have to learn how to warm up differently and how to stay ready, and how does my arm bounce back, and how to, there's a lot of things you have to learn. And obviously he's picked it up pretty quickly, so credit Blaze Ilsley, the bullpen coach, and the guys down there, his teammates, for helping him figure out how to be a reliever. Now finish it off. Get yourself a win. Get Danny home.
The 0-2 pitch. Check swing. It's free baseball here at Busch Stadium, and I know these fans are still in it and enjoying it. As you mentioned, it doesn't happen very often. You have a game that goes this long, and you see the moves made by each side. Bud Norris is up and throwing. In the bullpen, a starter for the Dodgers. Unique. A lot of fun. Here's a 1-2 pitch to Jock Peterson. Just stays alive. Not sure I would throw Peterson a fastball.
Well, he's in his career been a guy that strikes out a lot, but he also has good power. Ridiculous power. Just a matter of making contact. Has a bit of a sweeping swing, almost a tomahawk swing.
2-2. Went with the breaking ball. Van Slyke on deck. First base open. And again, if you walked him, I'm not sure that would be the worst thing. Breaking ball, had him out in front. Popped up on the infield. Jerko wants it. He's got it. We stay tied. It's 3-3. We move to the bottom of the 15th. Great work by Lyons.
Dan McLaughlin is busy shouting. A little bit louder now, a little bit louder now. It's Bud Norris, the dreaded Cardinal killer, who they figured out over time, but early in his career, the Cardinals could not find a way to get to Norris. There's his numbers this season. 3-3, bottom of the 15th. The Cardinals have been out hit 14-6. We've only had one error in this game. We are past midnight, and Dan is done shouting now, so he'll take over.
I'm back.
Energized by that?
Now.
Yeah, I know. Energized by that?
Absolutely. Bottom of the 15th, we're tied up at 3. Bud Norris. For the longest time, it seemed like the Cardinals could not hit this guy. That pretty much was the case.
There's no question about that. Dan, you'll be happy to know that it is the 15th inning with the Cardinals minor league affiliate Peoria Chiefs. They're in the 15th. Magneuris Sierra has hit 9 times in that game. And the score is 9-9. So we're not the only ones having extended fun.
Oh, and 2 the count on Greg Garcia. It's Garcia, Pham, and Diaz for the Cardinals. One thing about Bud Norris, always had a pretty good fastball. It's still in the mid-90s, and a very good slider when he's right. Here's an 0-2 pitch to Garcia. He was ready to walk off.
Oh my, that's funny. Garcia takes the 0-2 pitch. He's going to go sit down. Okay, I'm out. Oh, it's a ball. Whoops.
So why not now just swing at anything and hit a home run?
Yeah.
2-2. No activity in the Cardinals pen, so this is all Tyler Lyons. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 3-3 here in the 15th. Good cut, fouled back. Norris is throwing hard right now. One of the things that Rob Manfred mentioned this last week is the effectiveness of relievers in the game of baseball, and maybe a way to curtail that.
Make it illegal to throw higher than 94 miles an hour.
The amount of specialty relievers that you have in the game. Slapped foul.
Well, you and I have talked about that before. You want to speed up games, and you want to change the way the game is. Limit the number of pitchers you're allowed to have on your team, period.
Something that's been talked about. Garcia, little flare down the left field line. It's a base hit. On his way to second base. Leadoff double, Garcia. From being struck out to now potentially scoring the winning run.
Well, it's off the end of the bat. Flare to left. Garcia is off and around the action late in games, and he finds himself there again in the bottom of the 15th.
The Cardinals asked Tommy Pham to bunt earlier in this game. As a matter of fact, it was yesterday, and he struggled getting that bunt down.
So you're wondering, would they ask him 2 days in a row to bunt? So are guys hitting streaks back on the line again because you're playing the next day? A lot to think about, Dan. I think you have to bunt him here. If you do, you're going to take the bat out of Diaz's hands and probably Piscotty's hands.
Can't say enough about Lyons. First pitch to Pham instead of check on Garcia, who runs well. It looked like Pham was showing bunt. Many times pitchers will do that to see if the hitter will give it away, and it looked like he may have.
Sometimes hitters give it away and they're not really doing it.
Wait a minute, what did you say? Sometimes, oh, wait a minute.
What just happened? Not my first rodeo.
Well, excuse me. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Tommy Pham. Now 0-2.
We're just doing what we were told.
Everybody clap your hands. The 0-2 pitch here to Tommy Pham. On its way. Outfield a little more shallow. Little chopper left side. Garcia holds at second, and Pham is out. Well, that's that situation where one way or another you've got to get that runner to third.
Could be a big miss there. The Peoria game, by the way, Dan, has gone to the 6th inning. There's some reports that there may actually be a curfew.
The 16th.
The 16th. There may be a curfew in the city that they're playing in, and there have been 48 hits in the game.
Wow.
26-22 in hits. A little different than this game.
They will not let Diaz beat them tonight, at least for the time being. An intentional walk to get to Stephen Piscotty. So Piscotty could be the hero tonight.
Well, we've seen Piscotty do it before. This is Thursday. That's a home run. That's a tie score. The Cardinals later win it. Piscotty did not start that game, but came off the bench and was a key player. This game he did start long ago and is looking for his first hit in this game.
That game with Peoria is called at 9-9, a 6-hour game, and now they have a 2-hour bus ride to South Bend. Oh, 0-1 the count on Stephen Piscotty. In the air down the right field line and out of play.
No curfew here that I'm aware of.
No, sir. Going to the count on Piscotty. Very good numbers with runners in scoring position. Garcia, the runner at second base.
I believe Jack Clark had a game-winning hit against the Dodgers at 3 o'clock in the morning years ago.
Piscotty hits it to short, double play ball, 6-4-3. We head to the 16th. We're tied up. It's 3-3. 3-3. Live look inside Ballpark Village. And Ricky told me if the Cardinals get a walk-off, he'll ride the bull over there. And that is great.
I've done that once, you know, for the pregame show.
Did you?
Yeah. And
the lengths that you'll go to
and
entertain.
it was kind of painful.
I didn't expect it to be a pleasant
well, it's a little
ride.
more painful than I thought it would be. Seth Maness, or Chevy call to the bullpen. Cardinals bullpen, Dan, as he gets a ground out, 3 unassisted, has been phenomenal. They've only given up 4 hits in 9 innings of work combined. The Cardinals bullpen. Tyler
How about specifically Lions?
Lions, the lion's share of it, with 4 2/3 innings, just 1 hit.
Dodgers and Cardinals, little history being made. 16 innings, matches the longest game, 1963 at Dodger Stadium. Then 57 against the Brooklyn Dodgers. Here is Bud Norris. And Norris with a fly ball lifted into right. Piscotty. The Cardinals will have Holiday coming up. Maness has gotten the first 2. And 2 quick outs, always a key this late in a game, as you look for innings from your relievers potentially.
Well, that's something you normally get from Seth, is good, bad, or ugly, you're going to get it done quickly. And certainly he's made some improvements since he went on the disabled list, and I think he's got his sinker back working. It seems like he's throwing a little harder and a little more zip to it. And you're right, if he can get it done quickly, that means more innings for Seth Maness. That means you don't have to go to your position player. And you just wonder where the Cardinals will go from here. Sokolovich threw a lot of pitches yesterday.
Yes, he did.
And so the last option remaining really is Trevor Rosenthal.
Holiday, Adams, Molina due up for the Cardinals in the bottom of the 16th. And he struck him out. Good work by Maness. Holiday started growing that beard back in the 3rd.
And he's had a walk-off home run, by the way. This game against the Cubs, this was 2009. That was into the Cardinals bullpen. That made all those people really happy. And Matt Holiday, who we wondered whether would start this game after getting hit in the nose just yesterday, came to the ballpark, wanted in the lineup, and said, I want to play 16 innings today.
And here he is.
3 home runs. Long history between these two, Norris and Holiday. The middle of the lineup for the Cardinals very quiet here tonight. Just 1 hit. Holiday, Adams, Molina. Into shallow right, Scott Van Slyke. 1 away. They are combined 1 for 18. So 3-3 our score here in the bottom of the 16th. One out, nobody on. Adams 0 for 5 today. We hope you're still with us wherever you may be and enjoying Cardinals baseball tonight. The 0-1 pitch. Adams crushes one deep right. And as the clock strikes 12:25 in the morning, the Cardinals have their second walk-off win in as many days. 11th home run this year. Adams wins it. Let's go home. Let's play later today.
Matt Adams knows it right away. Right away. What a sweet moment and a sweet victory for the Cardinals, who took 16 innings to beat the Dodgers here tonight. What a game this was.
Downstairs to Jim Hayes.
I'm with Big City. Wins it with a walk-off homer in the bottom of the 16th. Looked like you knew it was gone as soon as you made contact.
Yeah, it's one of those balls that, you know, you get right on the barrel and you don't feel it come out the bat, but solid trajectory and knew it was out here.
A long ball game. Are you going up there looking to send everybody home?
Yeah, you know, Bud's a great pitcher and he's got all the pitches, and got to the fastball and drove it out.
What's that feeling like when you're out in third base and you see your teammates at home ready to mob you?
Well, it's awesome, but we're all ready to go home.
One more question then. 5 wins at home, 5 in a row now. Do you guys feel like maybe you've turned a corner?
Yeah, I think we're playing pretty good ball right now, and you know, the pitchers are doing a great job, and you know, we're putting together some good at bats, and you know, playing good baseball right now.
Good job. Get out of here.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Big City.
16 innings. Adams wins it for the Cardinals. It's another walk-off win. 5 in a row for the Birds. Post-game next.